just under his spell. Welcome, cursed ones.
Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Hallowell, broadcasting live to you. Hope everybody is doing well. This Wednesday evening, it is the middle of the week now. We are almost done, thankfully. But yes, how's everybody doing? Welcome in, Emerald. Thank you for the lurk. Today we will be resuming Chibi Robo, since I finished Yamawari Midnight Shadows yesterday. So, hope you're all ready for that. For some reason, it seems like my model is acting funny again. Why? I have no clue. I might have to edit the blend shapes again. But anyway, yes, I hope everybody is doing well. I am actually in a weird bit of pain today. For some reason, I've been having, like, chest and rib pain lately for some weird reason. No clue why, but, otherwise doing okay today. Feeling alright here? Oh, I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad that you are here as well. Right, we're gonna probably jump into our tarot card reading a little bit earlier than usual, just to make sure I don't do what I've been doing the last few times. And it does seem like we have a lighter crew here today, so I won't yap too long. Did you have a proper meal today? Yes, I did, actually. I had a very good brunch. I had a pretty good brunch today, so no starving here today. I hope that you did as well. Hey, welcome in, Sally. And thank you for the ribbit. I almost feel as though I should make that a redeem when I play this game. I do wonder how far we're gonna get today. Oh yeah, actually, how could I, very good, I ate, I guess? What do you mean you guess? How far can I get into the camera? Wait a minute. Hold on. Can I... Right, and there we go, and what do you mean you guess? I need to make like a, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to make that a default camera angle so that I can so that way I can question all of you properly. Okay. So wait, hold on. Now I can do this. Or this, instantly. Perfect. Thank you for the idea, Emerald. Now, the first second that you have an appetite, go eat. I mean it. Thank you, Purple. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today, Purple. What have I done? You just made my stream better. But you always do that anyway. We are here for the daily check-in. We should get tarot cards. Yeah. Yeah, we will get to that reading very shortly. There is one thing I did want to mention I almost forgot about, which is, I'm not going to get too deep into it because I guess it really isn't my story to tell, so I don't want to do that. I will just say, a friend of the channel, somebody who, we raid into quite often, and, all of you do know. Again, I just don't want to say it just in case they don't want me to outright say it. Had uploaded a video, and for no reason, somebody decided to, just randomly be a dick, to be quite frankly. To put it quite frankly, I should say. In their response for absolutely no reason. Which annoyed me, so I, responded in kind to that unpleasant comment. I am just annoyed with people. It's like, if you don't have anything good to say, you don't have to comment, you know? Very irritating. You have people who are just trying to, people who are trying to make the world, you know, a little bit lighter with just fun stuff, and, people always feel the need to just try to, I don't know. They just feel the need to make everything worse, you know? Like, you collect one card for your deck. I think that would be cool. That is a good idea. Maybe I should, I'll try to think of how I can do that. God, I hate that. Yeah, me too. I debated whether I should say anything or not, and, you know, normally it's don't feed the trolls, but, this person does not deserve that, so I had no patience for that, and, I responded in kind, and of course, they had nothing to say about that. So yeah, very, very, very funny. No, we ain't doing this. Who the fuck was it? Nobody should be fucking with our Buddhist group, bro. Yeah, don't worry. They also took care of it. They also, ended up saying their piece about it, so... It just, really upset me, honestly. Hold on one second. I'm going to, gonna disappear for 1 second. I just want to see if I can fix my, fix my model. I don't know why the eyebrows are kind of messed up, so I'm gonna see what exactly is malfunctioning here. I can hear that comment, Sally. Let me guess, some attack against VTubers. I don't even know what it was about. It was just like some really sour person who just got all pissy about the nature of the video that was uploaded, which really wasn't anything at all. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to talk about. I just don't want to be that person that speaks on somebody else's situation. You know, I mean, I'm sure maybe they wouldn't mind. I just don't want to assume, you know? Like they say, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. So I'm not going to do that just in case, but it just upset me because they don't deserve that. And, yeah, that really annoyed me. I can see something is going on here. I apologize for the little intermission here. I'm just looking at my blend shape stuff here, and for some reason the like the stuff for the eyebrows and such is going kind of crazy right now. I can actually see the numbers just jumping around for no real reason. I don't know what is going on. Let's see something. That looks a little bit better. Alright, well, we'll go with this and see if it calms down a bit. But yes, I am back. Alright, let me catch up on the chat. But yeah, as to your idea, Purple, I'll look into that. That could be a fun idea. I know Madi does something similar, and I don't want to copy her, but could be a fun little idea. We'll see how I can tweak it and make it more my own, you know? Yeah, I've been thinking that there really are people who add nothing to the world. Yeah, unfortunately, that is a harsh but true reality. Hope it doesn't affect the creator negatively. They don't have to listen to random nonsense or give it anyway. Yeah. Yeah, better not to entertain trolls. I had one in Dune insulting me 24/7. I sadly have a short fuse lately, so I know the feel. I'm really sorry to hear that, Sally, and you don't deserve that either. There are truly people who, like, you know, to an extent, I always try to understand that people are coming from a certain place, right? Like, they feel the need to do this because they have a certain emptiness within themselves, right? But at the same time, you know, a lot of the attitude that we are kind of taught to have, like, the world unfortunately favors the aggressor over the victim. That's just true in every case, right? You can even look at kids in school, right? You get bullied, and you're the one who gets the person being bullied standing up for themselves is the one that gets a harsher punishment than the bully themselves. That's just how it's always been. And it is unfortunately true, and it's unfortunately true across a wide array of different kinds of harassment and aggressive behavior. I'll put it that way. So, it is good not to entertain people trying to get at you that way and give them that satisfaction or power. But at the same time, there is definitely a time and a place to defend yourself, and you have a right to, despite what people may try to say otherwise. It's one guy that tried to fight my people several times. They ate us, but he acts like a narcissist in the global chat, and I feel like it's a dumb game. Doesn't matter, I don't know. Yeah, it is just a game, you know? But again, for some people, it's like they, I don't know, again, people have empty voids in their life, and their way of doing something about it is trying to just make other people feel as bad as they do. And that's really what's at the bottom of it, you know? You'd be surprised what kind of things can set people off. I kid you not, there was a time a long time ago where I was just chatting with a friend that I hadn't seen in a long time, and we were just having like a voice call, and they had some friends with them and stuff like that I didn't know, and it was like, you know, this was a little uncomfortable because I thought it would just be us, but okay, fine. And anyway, the main person that I was talking to had stepped away for a bit, and it was a hot summer night, so I had my fan on in the background. And then one of this person's friends, while the main person I was talking to had stepped away, starts a fight with me over the fact that they could hear my fan in the background. I'm not even joking. And like they were being super aggressive and like getting real angry too. And it's like, dude, do you not have anything else going on in your life? Like, what is going on here? And I don't know, it was the dumbest thing. Again, that was a very long time ago, but like I always like think about that, like it's just proof that people will try to start things with you no matter what is going on. It's the dumbest thing. And a lot of times it's it seems so random and stupid to you, but for them it's like this really loaded thing. Yeah, they're coming at you with some kind of pent-up aggression from something that is going on in their life, or some feeling of inadequacy, or jealousy for the dumbest things, right? Like, I've told the story before about how I had somebody attack me with a pool cue just because I was talking to somebody that they had a crush on, and they thought that, I don't know, I guess I was trying to move in on their perceived territory, which is already that behavior alone is telling and a giant red flag to run in the opposite direction if you're the object of this person's greasy affections, right? But yeah, I've definitely been in these kinds of situations before with people. Welcome in, Naka. Thank you for the head pats. I've been in these kinds of situations with people before, and I've had people try to start things with me over the absolute dumbest shit. I've been meaning to say I have a similar experience with the billiards thing. Really? I'd love to hear your story if you know, don't mind sharing, even if you want to be a little vague about it, but I guess it's a little bit oddly comforting that I'm not the only one who went through such a stupid situation. It's so dumb too, because again, there was nothing even like that going on or whatever, but I guess that person just felt incredibly insecure in themselves and felt the need to, they couldn't suppress that inadequacy anymore. I have no clue. Well, I get the fan sound can bother someone. My friends do complain about mine, then I just lower sensitivity so it doesn't sound, or if I can't, I'm not going to be sweating, and they understand that, yeah. I mean, like, you know, I'm not going to sweat for anybody. If you're not paying, like, my attitude is this, right? If you're not paying my bills and you are not doing anything to materially affect my life in a better way, go fuck yourself. It's as plain as that. Why do I have to listen to you? You know? Even if you're someone that fancies yourself a friend or an acquaintance or whatever, like, if I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. And otherwise, mind your own business. You know? Yeah, that is usually the root cause, but I can still be mad at it. Absolutely, and I'm so glad you understand that. Like, it's important to keep in mind where this behavior comes from just because it stops you from taking it too personally. But at the same time, we're always told way too often that we're just supposed to understand the other person, understand where they're coming from. I can understand where they're coming from, I just don't really give a shit. You're trying to ruin my day or, you know, do something negative towards me when I'm not even perceiving you. I don't know who you are in most cases, or I don't care who you are, you know? So if you're gonna bring trouble to my doorstep, then you're gonna get it in return. It's that simple. Leave people alone and you won't have to deal with it. It's easy. Usually it's 112 degrees Fahrenheit here in summer, so I kind of need my fan going on. Yeah, you don't need to. You definitely do not need to be boiling. Boiling like a lobster. Just because somebody else is having a little bit of trouble with the sound of a fan or other, you know, cooling device. Like, yeah, sorry. No. No, it didn't happen to me, luckily. I just witnessed similar... Oh, okay, got it. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like I did too. No, it's okay. I mean, even like, witnessing it is validating in a sense. I mean, I know other people have gone through things like that, and I think other people have had it worse, right? Because people have... There's many stories of people who have been attacked or had their lives ruined by people who were jealous for stupid reasons, but... Yeah, it's just dumb. Extremely dumb. Yeah, the reasoning for why it happened does not diminish the effect it has on the victim of it. Thank you. Yes, well said. Well said in a very succinct fashion. I agree completely. People do have a right to stand up for themselves, and, you know, it's almost like when you see, like, actually, you know, it's funny we're talking about this. There is a thing in the news I saw recently, I don't talk about this much, but, something I do actually enjoy is, pro wrestling. I like to watch AEW. It's a very fun show. In fact, it's actually on tonight. I will be enjoying that later on tonight. I don't watch WWE for quite a few reasons, but, they did just have, like, their WrestleMania event. I'm sure everybody knows what that is just off of name alone, right? And in the news, there was a wrestler and his wife who were at their hotel after performing at the show. And some guy, some creep, went up to the guy's wife, and he was trying to, like, give her flowers and film her and stuff like that. And she was asking him to stop and to please step back. And he wouldn't listen, so her husband came in and smacked the guy's phone out of his hand and basically told him, get the fuck away from my wife or you're gonna face the consequences. Really don't want to hear that from a wrestler. And, you have people that are like, oh, he should calm down. You know, why would he approach the guy like that? You know, just tell him to leave or to go away. And then, like, the creep in question is demanding an apology. And it's like, you gotta be kidding me. This is what I mean. People start stuff, and then when somebody retaliates, they want an apology for it, or you're supposed to, you know, somehow be the better person. Like, give me a break. No. Absolutely not. You can judge me all you want, but, no. That is not happening. You don't get to initiate problems and then act like you had nothing to do with it, you know? People throw grenades and then act like the explosion isn't their problem. It's dumb. Basically, played billiards with people. I didn't know, aside from my cousin. On our way out, one dude struck the other one with a pool cue in the back of the calf. I didn't really get it at the time, but looking back on it, it probably wasn't as friendly as I thought the interaction was at the time. Oh my god, that's like... exactly almost one-to-one what my experience was. I got hit in the back of the leg with it. And you should have seen the look in this person's eyes. Very, to me, somebody who's probably gone on to cause some woman quite the nightmare, I'd imagine. I hope that's not the case, but it wouldn't be shocking in the slightest if that were the case. Yeah, when you told the story, I was like, that sounds very familiar, but it took a moment to remember. Yeah, that's crazy, Emerald. People are crazy? Yeah. Yes, they are. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there who, some people who need serious help, and others who are beyond help. We'll put it that way. And that's why the witness should be erased. Naka means in Minecraft. Just for anybody listening. But yeah, there are definitely people who have serious problems in regard to being unable to control their emotions and their reactions to stuff, and yeah. So, yeah, I would definitely say people have a right to stand up for themselves. You know, you shouldn't have to endure abuse or harassment of any kind just because people are, you know... Just because people are so weird about this kind of thing. Like, I'm not even talking about the, you know, the people who initiate this stuff, like, we know they have a problem, but even other people who witness the stuff, or, like, view the aftermath of the situation, always seem to side with aggressors for some weird reason. I will never understand it. I do hope that wrestler doesn't get reprimanded or sued or such. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me too, because, you know. What else are you supposed to do in that situation? Not protect your loved one? But I wouldn't doubt, honestly, if that person did that on purpose, you know? To try and bait a lawsuit. Some people are crazy enough to do that. There's a lot of examples of things happening in wrestling. Back in the, actually, before I spin off into that discussion, let me read Sally's post here, because this is going to be not too lengthy, but a little story. I'll tell you about the lack of accountability in Spain's law in 20 minutes when I'm totally free, because it's a bit unrealistic or a bit surreal. Okay. Yeah, I'd love to hear that, because that is, that doesn't sound good. But yeah, in pro wrestling history, so wrestling used to be considered like, so here's the thing, like with pro wrestling, a lot of people misunderstand. Obviously, pro wrestling is predetermined, right? It is essentially an action play with athletics. And I think a lot of people will kind of like try to insult it with like, you know, that's fake, right? And it's like, well, yes, that's the point. It's like watching, like, it's, when you say that, it is the equivalent of saying, well, you know that movie you're watching is fake, right? Yes. Yes, I do know that Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise didn't actually battle to the death in this movie that I'm watching, and when, you know, Brad Pitt's character dies, he didn't die in real life. I do understand that. I do know that. So, I'm not watching pro wrestling because I believe that all of it is real. I'm watching it because it's entertaining to watch very athletic people who are great at their craft and, you know, good at acting, entertain you live. It's fun. It's also still dangerous. Yes, exactly. And that's the main point I was going to get to next. It is still an athletic feat that you are witnessing, and people get injured all the time. Quite badly, too. Right? And a lot of these people seem to think that, for instance, like when you look at a wrestling ring, I think they see the big white canvas and think that it's like a giant marshmallow, when in reality it's like the thinnest pad over a bunch of wooden planks. That's why what's kind of funny is if you ever look at like hardcore matches in pro wrestling, like, you know, where they're hitting each other with steel chairs and like all sorts of other objects, there's been a lot of interviews with pro wrestlers where they will tell you that they actually prefer that than landing on the mat, because the mat is actually a worse thing to land on constantly than getting hit with a random object. It actually hurts more. You wouldn't think so, but it actually does. And not to mention that part of pro wrestling is that, I mean, isn't wrestling's motto, don't try this at home? Yeah, exactly. But another thing about wrestling, too, is that a lot of times, at least in professional organizations, they do a lot of intelligent things to make stuff look worse than it really is. So, like, for instance, sometimes if you ever watch, like, a lot of, like, hardcore matches again, and you see them, like, going through glass and stuff, a lot of times they actually use sugar glass. And they kind of take things from, like, movies in the way that they have, like, stunt effects to make things less painful than they look, but still look good. So there's a lot of little tricks behind the hood that they do to actually help each other, right? Definitely didn't know that. It looks so bouncy. Oh yeah, no, it's basically a thin mat placed over a bunch of wooden planks. A lot of wrestlers have said that they would rather get thrown into like steel cages and go through tables than ever hit the mat, because it hurts so much. And, like, a lot of times, like, you'll get people who concern troll over things like, oh, they, sometimes in, like, a wrestling match, you'll see wrestlers, like, get thumbtacks stuck in them and stuff. And they're, like, very superficial cuts. Like, again, they do things that look painful, that are painful, but they have ways of coming up with stuff that isn't as bad as it actually looks. And again, the most painful thing is usually just hitting that mat, because that's, you know, you can't really fake that. So, getting body slammed on the mat and stuff like that does a lot more damage to their bodies, but anyway. So the reason I bring all this up is to say, as we know, wrestling is a predetermined sport, right? It is essentially a live action play, right? Where the appeal of it is just watching amazing feats of athleticism mixed with people who are able to act live, right? It's a play with more steps, essentially. Some people even liken it to a soap opera with action, which is quite true. Just like the Mark Henry, when he actually needs to rip the chain to get in the cage fight. Someone was supposed to weaken the lock so he could break it easy. Mark ripped that thing on pure violence. Yeah. Yeah, Mark Henry is insanely strong. He's a lot older now, but yeah. But, back in the 80s and before, a lot of people did not know that pro wrestling was predetermined because that was part of, like, one of the codes of the business. You didn't let anybody know that, right? Only people who were in the business really knew that it was predetermined, and people who were on the outside did not know this. And you kept that a secret as best as you could, because people believing that it was real did good business, for the reason that people would go to boxing matches and stuff like that. So, anyway, you would have a lot of people who would be in the audience, and they would get so mad at, like, the results of matches. Or, of course, in wrestling, you have heroes and villains, but they call them baby faces and heels, right? So baby faces are the good guys or the good girls, and heels are the bad guys or the bad girls, right? The villains. And, you know, when you're a heel, the whole point of your act is to get as many people angry at you as possible. Why? Well, because every good story needs a hero and a villain, and people want to see the hero beat the villain. So, the better you are at pissing people off, the more people want to see you lose. Just think about any TV show you've ever watched, right? This is especially true in things like shonen anime, or long-running serial shows, right? Like, again, I haven't seen all of The Walking Dead, but I know a lot of people wanted to see Negan go down because of how well he played that role as a villain, right? And the same principle applies within pro wrestling. But because people believed it to be real at the time, there's so many stories where if the heel either won a match against, you know, a babyface, or cut a promo, and cutting a promo is essentially the jargon for grabbing a mic and talking to the fans, right? Like a little, what do they call it? Like is soliloquy the right word? Like basically just taking the stage, right? Or getting in the ring and talking to the fans, either about one of the other wrestlers or about the fans, and insulting them, etc. Well, people would get so mad at good heels that they would actually hop the barricade and try to run into the ring and attack them. And all the boos, yeah. Well, people would hop the barricade, and there's actually so much footage out there of this happening, where they'll storm the ring, and then at that point, the unspoken rule within pro wrestling is once somebody crosses that threshold, they're kind of fair game, because people have, believe it or not, been stabbed before by crazy fans in pro wrestling. People used to wait in the parking lots to stab people because they were upset that they either beat one of the baby faces, or like they came out and insulted the audience and stuff like that. So the rule became, once they hop the barricade and whatnot, because you are explicitly told not to do that, don't touch the performers, etc. So once they broke that rule, then they were fair game. And there's videos where these people would jump into the ring, and then you would just see the wrestlers and even the referees just wailing on the guys until security would come get them, just because of, you know, the threat that they potentially pose. Like, there was a match from the early 2000s on TV once, involving a wrestler named Eddie Guerrero, and it was a ladder match, so he was actually climbing on top of this ladder. This fan jumps a barricade, goes in, and actually pushes the ladder over while he was on top of it. Which could have, you know, he could have broken his legs, or it could have killed him. Somehow, he landed on his feet perfectly and just beat the hell out of this guy until the security came and pulled the guy out, and I guess he got arrested and stuff. And it's just like, you know, just casual attempted murder just because, you know, you got upset at something that you should know, like, especially by the early 2000s, you should know is predetermined, and that these are essentially actors and actresses, and they're not, they are not, actually, trying to, like, cause material harm to you or whatever, but, yeah. It makes being a heel a more dangerous job for the wrong reasons. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I was watching wrestling at that time. I might have missed that. Yeah, it's crazy. And believe it or not, it does still kind of happen at times. It does still happen at times. Weirdly, my family liked Eddie Guerrero. Really? He was a great wrestler. There's a reason why he is so missed. Very charismatic, too. Security must be pretty tight because it doesn't sound hard to slip a gun in there. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the US here, yeah. But security is normally on the job. But, yeah, and I do believe, you know, given the nature of it, they do always make sure people aren't taking certain things in with them. But it can be pretty crazy. You'd be surprised how many times people seem to just forget that they're watching something that is, for all intents and purposes, as they like to put it, fake. And they just go ballistic, which is insane to me because, you know, not only should you be acutely aware that what you're watching is predetermined and scripted, but it's like, imagine you go to see a play and you're upset that, like, you know, you're watching some villain in a play just shove a sword through the hero or whatever, or one of the good guys, and then, like, you get out of your chair and you rush the stage to go beat that guy up. Like, it's crazy when you look at it in that context, but for some reason, it happens semi-frequently in wrestling. It's pretty nuts. And it was a lot more common back then just because people did think it was real, but even now you would think it would stop, but it still happens. It still happens. And what a lot of people also don't realize is that the referees in pro wrestling are often formerly trained, like, wrestlers and stuff like that. So they also know what they're doing, so I think they also think, like, the only threat is the wrestlers, but there's a lot of times where the referees actually beat these people up too for hopping the barricade, and they don't see it coming because they don't know that most of these people are also trained. So yeah, it is pretty crazy. But I don't know, I just started thinking about that just because of the conversation we were having before, and just the idea that people get so, like, worked up in themselves that they, you know, they'll attack people blindly over the dumbest things, whether evidently it is the belief that, you know, they're just randomly jealous of you, or they think you're trying to, I don't know, insult them or whatever, or even going to a show and then somehow completely losing themselves in the plot, literally, and finding themselves hopping a barricade. People are crazy. That's good. They can double as security, yeah. And it is funny too, like you would think just the visual of like a lot of these wrestlers are, you know, super duper muscular and actually trained to fight. And that doesn't even deter them. They go for it anyway, and then they walk out with bruises and black eyes and everything else, and it's like, how did you not see that coming? Did you really think you were gonna did you think you were gonna win that fight? Which speaks to how crazy they are. Actually very scary? Yeah. Crazy? No, just dumb people. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a mixture of both, if we're honest. Probably an unfortunate mixture of both. Zero survival instincts whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah, I do think also part of it is, some of these people are probably crazy enough to think that they're going to get, like, a nice payday out of it. Like, they'll just be able to sue. But most of the time, if you, you know, you go onto the stage area and stuff, you're not gonna, you know, the law is not gonna side with you unless the other person really took it that far. As far as, you know, hurting you to the point of, like, excessive, violence, but normally that's not the case. Normally they just beat on them enough to get them out of the ring and then security handles it, so, yeah. I mean, that's your first sign that they're not in the right mind if they think they can actually win. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What's also disgusting and unfortunate is, as with pretty much anything, right? The female wrestlers usually get it worse than the male ones, right? From what I was reading, apparently this past, you know, WrestleMania that just passed, there was quite a few incidents apparently with guys being creepy towards the women in like the hotels and the airports and stuff like that. But apparently there was a male wrestler as well that they followed into the bathroom and they were trying to film him while he was using it. And apparently he had to yell at them to get out and all this other stuff. So people are out of control. You think maybe some of the guys jumping on the ring might be paid actors as well? Sometimes, but you can always tell. Like, sometimes they'll do that as part of, like, a storyline, like, to make the heels more, you know, hateable and stuff. Or they'll, like, do something to somebody in the audience, but you can always usually tell when the person is a plant. Normally, because when they do that to people, they actually use, local wrestlers. So, like, when you have companies like AEW or WWE, like, major companies, sometimes what they do is they'll hire local independent wrestlers from whatever state's scene that they're in to play like a different role, kind of like extras in a film. And you can normally tell because people will right away kind of identify who those people are. So, yeah, that's when you can tell, you know, that they are paid. And you can tell too because they know how to, as they call it, take a bump, which is like knowing how to fall correctly so you don't get hurt. So when you see them like beating on them or whatever, it's like they're falling in all the right ways, right? As opposed to like when these people get in the ring and they start getting beat up, they quickly learn and all they do is just kind of sit there and try to guard themselves, as opposed to like, you know, these other people who know how to get professionally beat up, so to speak, start kind of like feeding into it like you would see in a movie, you know what I mean? You can usually tell the difference. Gooners being gooners. Yeah, in the worst way possible, unfortunately. That's kind of neat, like a cameo. Yeah. It's funny too, because some of them like get really excited about it, and they like, you'll see on their social media, like they'll post stuff like, oh, I got beat up tonight. And it's funny. Yeah, people can usually identify them very quickly. Sometimes that's their foot in the door. Like, occasionally, these companies will be impressed by like how they did with that little role, and they'll get like small opportunities, and sometimes even get hired. So yeah. But it's people wonder why, you know, people are so reluctant to, like, take pictures with you, or why they don't like being confronted in public, and that's the reason why, you know? Get my ass kicked today on AEW. Yeah, exactly. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. But, yeah, it's not even just like with wrestling, but celebrities and stuff. That's why I get annoyed when people act like celebrities don't have anything to complain about. Because I would say being stalked endlessly and threatened, and people making it out to be like you're in an imaginary relationship with them just because they saw you on TV is something to worry about. In fact, actually, speaking of the wrestling example, there was a wrestler who was in WWE who years ago, some crazy fan actually broke into her house with a knife and was trying to find her, and her friend actually escaped, like, out the back door or something like that. And he got arrested, but the thing was, he, in his mind, thought they were in a relationship together when she had never talked to this person in the first place. And the kicker is, she's actually a lesbian, and she is very clear about this, so, like, you already didn't have a chance based on that alone. But, you know, there's also the small little detail that she doesn't know who the hell you are, and you never met her once in your life. So, you know. Even worse? Yeah. Exactly. But, still didn't stop crazy from being crazy. So. Yeah, people are utterly crazy, and, you know, going back to our prior conversation, having encountered that before, yeah. Glad they got out safely, yeah, me too. That is, like, something straight out of a horror film. Definitely incredibly, disturbing. People are just, I don't know. This is why I'm not a people person. Not one bit. And, you know, it's interesting too, like, I think when you do things like this, like streaming, or, you know, people who get into acting, or, like, other forms of performing, who aren't exactly, like, fond of being around people, you'll have a lot of misunderstandings that just because you do this, you like being in the limelight, or, you know, you must, like, have some sort of, like, desire to be in the spotlight or whatever, and it's like, that's not always true. Sometimes people just have an affinity for the things that they do. Some people just like the art of acting, or singing, or, you know, in this case, like, I enjoy coming on here and playing video games, you know, and if I can make something out of that, you know, whether it's just a great community, or, you know, a little money on the side, or whatever, that's great. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're automatically this super outgoing person who wants to who wants that kind of attention. You know, I don't even think super duper extroverted people want that kind of attention. It's not normal, you know. Gets a photo without the teeth. Yeah, actually, that's not that far off. Sometimes you'll get people, like, posting pictures of, like, the bruises and welts on their body and stuff like that from like, particularly hard-hitting matches, and they wear it like a badge of honor. It's crazy. But yes, we've been chatting for a while now. So let me get to today's pre-stream tarot card pull. God, I got a bruise. I hope this doesn't heal. Alright. For today's pre-stream tarot card pull, today's card is the High Priestess. And we actually had this one the other day, so this is a not quite a repeat reading, but close enough, right? And those of you that were here will know that the High Priestess is a omen that you should really be listening to your intuition, right? When you get this card, there is the thinnest veil between yourself and the underworld. And your intuition is far more likely to be correct, even for those people who are naturally very inclined and in tune with their sixth sense, right? So, if you've been having any weird feelings lately, any kinds of voices in the back of your head, you know, telling you things one way or the other, stuff that you know, maybe should be doing or things you shouldn't be doing, this is probably the time to listen to it. If you feel like you've really had the urge to start up something new or be involved in something, and you feel like you would actually have some success with it, listen to it, because you're probably right. If you've been having weird feelings about maybe people that you shouldn't be involved with or situations that you shouldn't get involved with, listen to that feeling, because you're probably right. Are we still yapping? Good, I made it then. Welcome in, Bulgay, yes. Yes, I'm in the middle of the tarot reading, so you are just in time. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today on this Wednesday evening. But yes, we were just discussing the High Priestess card and how it pertains to trusting in your instincts, your intuition. Because when you receive this card, your intuition is at the peak of its intensity. And it's very important to listen to the message that you are receiving from your gut. Closing by myself, so not really. I'm sorry to hear that, Bulgay. But I am glad that you're here at least, so maybe we can make your workday just a little bit better. But yes, if you've been having any kinds of strong feelings about something lately, whether it's good or bad, listen to it. It's very important that you listen to it. So, if something's been telling you something positive about something you want to get involved with, or a person you'd like to talk to, or something you'd like to say or do, indulge it. Listen to it. If you've been getting strong bad feelings about something, listen to it. Don't force things that don't feel right. Because these sorts of things just may, these sorts of feelings just may save your life, for starters, or, you know, they may end up being the thing that gets you to a point where, you know, you get involved in something that could be better than you ever imagined. So, yeah. Long story short, listen to those instincts, people. The High Priestess is very, very important. I have found a lot of truth in this card. My intuition is telling me Adrian is good company. Thank you so much, Emerald. I think you're a great company. And thank you, Naka, for agreeing. and the redeem. Okay, I'm finally free. Sorry for the waiting. Some time ago, the Spanish police released a video saying that if a thief is to enter your house and rob you, you can't do anything against him. If they declare, they'll do it peacefully. Otherwise, they can sue you for assault and you'll be the one going to jail. So basically, someone can enter my house and rob me and I can't do anything about it. And it's already happened a few times. Oh my god. First of all, I am so sorry, Sally, and that is complete insanity. You cannot possibly ask that of people. Especially because how are you supposed to take someone at their word that they're going to do it peacefully? Like, I am not, you know, by any means an advocate for violence or whatever, but again, if you are defending yourself and, you know, the people you care about, especially when somebody forcefully enters your home, you know, what else are you supposed to do, you know? I don't understand how that can ever be seen as a rational position. Again, you're just taking people who already had the gumption to break into your home at their word that they're not going to hurt you. I don't know, in my opinion, if you enter a house to rob, you must know that you can end up bashed or dead and you won't be able to complain about it. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, you are... This is one of those things that's not even like a, It's one of those things I would argue kind of goes above being human, right? If you walk into, the lion's den, you may not walk out, right? It's not wise to intrude upon somebody's habitat without being welcome. And that's something that even extends to the animal kingdom, I would say. You know, if you happen upon a bear and her cub, you're probably not going to get out of that situation very well. Or you happen to climb a tree and put your face right into a hawk's nest. It's probably not going to go well. That's just the way it is, you know? We got the same issue here in Brazil, but 9 out of 10 cases a criminal won't leave the house alive. Jesus. Wow. But interesting that you're from Brazil. You know, I check my stats and like sometimes I look and see like where I'm getting the most views from, and of course the most views that I get are from the United States. I'd been seeing Brazil, and I was wondering, because it's a pretty high percentage, so I was wondering which one of you it was, so it's you, Naka. That's really cool. Apparently there's somebody on my list from Japan, and I have no idea who it is, but that is also super cool. There's an imposter among us. They always say you value your stuff over a human life. The real question should be, do you value my stuff over your life? Yeah. I think where I live, you have the right to fight back, but you can't do it unless you're physically threatened, as in you can get in trouble too, even though you were robbed. Yeah. Same thing where I am. You have to, there's like a certain way things have to go down to where you won't be held liable for anything that you may do as well. Each state is different, yeah. Yeah, which I mean, to an extent, it does make sense, right? But I definitely say all of that makes more sense than, like, what Sally is describing. Like, you can't just break into somebody's house and then say, I'm not going to hurt you, so just let me rob you. That's insane. Especially because, again, above, like, any material object, you know, if you do that to me, I'm not trusting you. Again, you already made it this far. Why would I believe that you're not going to take it further than that, you know? It's like Spanish law left a huge loophole. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Because, like, there are some places where they do, you know, say, like, if the person is, like, unarmed or whatever, which, you know, people can still do a lot of damage without weapons, but, like, depending on the amount of violence you inflict upon that person, then yeah, you can get in trouble if it's deemed that they weren't, like, that much of a threat or whatever, right? And again, even though I think it can get kind of muddy in how, like, how that can be determined, especially if people aren't there to witness how the situation went down, I can understand that metric a little bit more than, oh, they said they weren't going to do anything, how would you know? There's plenty of cases where, I mean, part of the nature of a lot of crime is people trying to make themselves look like they aren't capable of causing harm until the minute that they do. Right? The most used weapon last I checked to kill someone is hands and feet over a firearm. Yeah, exactly. So you never quite know, especially because you don't know if the person you're dealing with can be rationalized with, right? Like if they're capable of being talked to in a way that will permit a sort of structure to being robbed, if that makes sense, right? Because they may not be in their right mind. So, you know, it's not like you can tell that at first glance. So yeah, that's crazy, Sally. That is really crazy. But yeah, that was our pre-stream tarot card pull. The High Priestess, everybody. All right. Let me move us over to the game, and then we'll still be chatting as I play. Bit of a tangent in there, but nice. Hey, welcome in, Sentai. Thank you for the first time chat. How are you doing? We're about to play Chibi Robo. What's your favorite Godzilla movie? That's a good question. I think I only saw some of the original. I do want to watch a lot of them. The one I want to watch the most is Shin Godzilla, because that's actually directed by the creator of Evangelion. Hey, we're thinking the same thing. We're thinking the same thing. Yeah, that is the movie I want to see the most. Oh god, we don't talk about that one, Volgay. Even I know that one isn't good. Look at who they got to do the freaking main theme. Ano originally wanted Shin to be over 6 hours long, but Toho told him he wasn't allowed to do that. That's crazy, but that sounds incredibly like Hideaki Anno. And then the other one I want to see is, I think it's Godzilla -1, the one that they actually won the award for recently for special effects. And then after that, I would say I want to see Godzilla vs. King Kong. Yeah, I've wanted to see those movies for a while, it just has never really lined up properly. The thing about the first American movie in 1998 is that they explicitly redesigned Godzilla to be sexy. You can find the concept art and design notes online. What? Okay. That's, wow. The other thing I think about that movie, too, I've seen bits and pieces of the 1998 movie, but one of the reasons why I think it's so ridiculous is it's just so American, right? Like, if you know anything about Godzilla, of course, I'm assuming you know a lot about Godzilla Sentai, but just like in a general way. Godzilla is a metaphorical creature in a sense, right? That represents the disgusting reality of what the United States did to Japan with the dropping of the atomic bombs, right? And the American movie completely misses the messaging and a lot of, you know, Godzilla films and general, like, kaiju films. In lieu of being more typical American propaganda, in which Godzilla just stands no chance against the mighty United States military. Because go figure, right? It's not like we've ever had our asses kicked before. No. Surely not. Mm-mm. That's never happened. Yeah, they were telling the designer lean, muscular, sexy, and very reptilian, and that tail movement should be sensual. A lot of stuff. What? When they met with Toho about the design, the representative ran out of the room to tell his boss they gave Godzilla long, slender legs like an Olympic run. That's, Oh, that's interesting. That is, huh. I'm sorry, I really do lack the words for that. That definitely wouldn't have been my first thought when being put in charge of a Godzilla film. Interesting that that's where their minds went. Everything gets sexualized in Hollywood, even Godzilla. Yeah, I guess so, right? On the one hand, it's comforting. On the other hand, it's, yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and move to the game. But yeah, thank you for the interesting facts, Sentai, and welcome in. I hope you do enjoy watching Chibi Robo while you're here. And thank you for the first time chats. I do appreciate that. Blue Sky, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I did in fact forget. Okay. It is up. And thank you for the hydrate. Yes, I also probably should do that since we were talking for a while. My jacket is yours. Thank you for the lurk, Emerald. I returned to lurking. No worries, thank you. It's never directly stated in game, but the Sandersons' names are George and Helen. Ooh, I did not know that. I was actually kind of curious about what their names were because they haven't said them, so thank you for that detail. The father does look like a George, so that makes sense. Thank you for the jacket. It's all yours. Did you know the devs of this are making an indie spiritual successor called Robo? Yes, actually. I did see that. And I do hope that it ends up releasing. Because I've been loving this game so much. And I can tell that it is super underrated. I actually need to remember what I'm doing here. I know that we were at the point where George, as I now know him, thanks to you, is working on trying to kind of, I guess, do a better job. Because the mother is still locked, or Helen is still locked inside of the, room. I probably should have looked at my last stream I did of this to remember what exactly I needed to do next, but we'll figure it out. I can't get over there and pick up that paper wad because the dog is blocking. But yeah, I've been enjoying this game a lot. I can tell that it's super underrated, and it's a shame that it never got a proper sequel. I know that they made a few other, Chibi Robo games, but they were never, like, in this style. I think they were, like, 2D platformers and such, because this game greatly underperformed. And I really don't think it should have been held against it, because, you know, unfortunately there was a lot of games that underperformed on the GameCube. It got a proper sequel, actually, did it? Because I know there's, like, Park Patrol, and then Ziplash, I think, right? I think all the follow-up Chibi Robo games were on the DS, right? But I'd be happy to be wrong, because I would definitely play a sequel if, I could get access to it. Even though he's styled after the 70s anime heroes like Gotcha Man, it's implied that Drake Redcrest Show is actually live action. In Japanese, his name is Uchukeiji Ichiman, which is a reference to Toei's Metal Hero series like Space Sheriff Gavin. Interesting. I kind of had a feeling it might be a live-action show, because it kind of reminded me of, like, oh god, what is it called? The show that Power Rangers is actually based on. I don't know why I'm blanking on the name. Ow. But I did wonder. Super Sentai, yes. Thank you, chat. Yeah, Super Sentai. Yeah, those were kind of like the vibes I was getting from the overall like look of Drake Redcrest. So I'm glad that I was kind of at least on the money in terms of it being more of a live action series than a animated thing. There were 2 DS games, Park Patrol, which is a Walmart exclusive game, but there's also a Japanese exclusive game in English. It's called Chibi Robo Clean Sweep. Not only is it the closest in gameplay, it's a direct narrative sequel with returning characters. Really? Okay, I need to look into that. There's a fan translation. That makes me sad that it's only on the DS. I do have a DS, but now I would have played a proper sequel on stream, but... Now I want to replay Beautiful Joe. Beautiful Joe was so good, wasn't it, Ball Gang? Talk about an underrated game. I never got to play the second one, though. Beautiful Joe was hard as hell, though. That is a game that does not pull any punches on the player. I remember being quite frustrated with it when I played it way back when. I do hope that Capcom ends up remastering it though, or at the very least putting 1 and 2 on the GameCube NSO, because those games deserve more attention. That game that Kamiya made with Platinum, The Wonderful 101, kind of felt like it was definitely inspired by Beautiful Joe. Oh, she's back in her room. Wait a minute. The toys are actually... They're not pretending? In front of her? Okay. He's forlorn. We better go up there and see what's going on with him. But look. They're, like, not pretending. Okay, this is weird. We should go over there and see what's going on. Yeah, let's pick this up and go over there. What is going on here? Circle, middle, radar. What's going on? Jenny's gone nuts. Does that mean we can have Trek's wife? Oh, T-Rex wife. Oh! I have to see if she's actually, up and about, because I think she's in the master bedroom. If you press B, you can keep the cookie crumbs and feed them to the fish bowl in the kitchen. Yeah, I've actually, I fed them a few times. And you get some, hearts out of it and stuff, right? She hasn't been sleeping at night, because she's all worried about her mom. She doesn't even notice me dancing around here. I don't know how to speak Ribbitese. Oh, the princess is cute. I like how she actually waves to you when she sees you. Okay, so Jenny is like in some sort of weird trance. There's like some sort of cult video playing on the TV. I guess we better get up there to the TV and see what the heck is going on. What exactly is playing right now? I like that Chibi Robo addresses serious topics like divorce in a way that's approachable for an all-ages audience. Yes, I've actually been talking about this through each of the streams I've been doing. This game is so mature. It's really, really good. And the story has actually been incredibly enthralling. I think it handles a lot of these subjects much better than things that try to be a lot more serious about it. Like, it is serious, right? But it does a good job of balancing that out with, you know, the cute imagery and the comedy. Because on the one hand, it stops it from being, like, so depressing because you do have a lot of just, you know, comedic things going on. And it's very cartoony. But on the other hand, all of the cuteness and the humor actually does kind of accentuate the more serious parts of the plot. And that contrast is very well done. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, the radar is telling me to go somewhere up there. She's like entranced. What the heck is that on the TV? It's also a really good style of storytelling. Chibi is a fly on the wall, and the story doesn't even have a lot to do with him directly. If you pay attention to the environments, you can learn a lot about the Sandersons. Yeah, I agree. I really like the way that they frame the plot in this game. It is very, very well done. It's a better told story than a lot of modern games, honestly. I was actually mentioning that having the main character be this tiny little robot is actually incredibly fitting. Because everything you do literally takes your energy, right? And everything feels like this insurmountable task, like even just getting higher up on top of all of these dressers and things like that. And the difficulty of all of these tasks kind of feels appropriate given how hard the task of trying to put together a fraying family would be, right? I like the little hydraulic sounds when Chibi's struggling to climb stuff. Yeah, it's very classic cartoon. The way everything Chibi Robo does makes little sound cues. It's cute, and it reminds me of things like Tom and Jerry and stuff like that. It also, again, just kind of helps to make everything feel naturally lighter, despite the seriousness of everything that is truly going on. Like here, you can see Jenny is stress eating, empty boxes of candy and cookies hidden under her bed. Yeah. That's actually a good way of looking at it. I hadn't thought about that. There we go. Where was he? Okay, he's over there. So we actually want to go over there, because I want to see what's wrong with him. Speaking of eating, Bulgay, that picture of the ramen you posted in the Discord yesterday was magnificent. You need to post more food pictures. That looked delicious. A hero and a princess. Time-worn cliche, isn't it? Yeah? It was a new place for me to try out. How did you like it? Was it as good as it looked? Yes, we all know that story, don't we? But I'm sure Princess Pitts would rather have lovely fresh flowers instead of my withered stems. Whenever I touch a flower, it dies. If a lovely nectar flower were to bloom here, I'm sure Princess Pitts would be very happy. Well, I guess we know what we need to do here. I think I actually did plant the nectar flower already, so I need to get a new one. Let me check my inventory. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, good. Alright, let's get out the spoon. There we go. Now I guess we just wait for that to, to grow. Just kind of put a pin in that little subplot for the moment, right? At least that's what I would assume. Very upscale feeling. I tried the All-Star Ramen. Apparently it's a beef broth with garlic, and they added chicken and pork cashew, along with a soft boiled egg and seaweed with a few other mix-ins. It looked fantastic. Actually had a similar looking bowl of ramen recently from a place nearby, and it was really, really, really good. There's a trick you can do with the mug if you have it out. If you'd otherwise take a fatal fall damage, like falling down to the first floor, it negates it. Really? I didn't know that. I would have thought that that would have made the cup shatter, so that's cool. Yeah, there's a place nearby that actually has really good ramen. It's a toy telephone. You might be able to talk to someone, though. Interesting. Okay, so, let's try the radar. Wants us to go further up. Okay, so we need to... get up there first. No, no, no. Volgay, what is your favorite food? No. I gotta wait until they're perfectly lined up. Normally, I don't need to wait very long for that, but... I do wish there was an easier way of getting up there. Also, there's a doorstop in the foyer you can sit on, and if you wait, Telly will come over and yap at you. He gets new dialogue every full day, and night cycle passes. You can also do it here in Jenny's room with a mushroom on top of the bear's house, but it's harder to get to. Oh yeah, I actually did see, I saw both of those, or at least, one scene each with those. Because I thought at the time that there was like a story event that would happen for doing that, but, I realized quickly it was just a little optional scene. Which is fun. By the way, Sentai, do you stream? Well, let's get the Chibi Blaster out. Sometimes. Okay, then let me... Hold on. I wanted to do this before, but I wasn't sure if you did stream. Let me give you a shout out. We had the same idea at the same time, Sally. Okay, so I did all of that and it wants me to actually go down. Are you kidding me? You're welcome. Okay, it's right here. So, Sentai, what does it mean, with the radar pointing directly at the wall like this? Try the blaster here, okay. Ah, okay. Charge it? How do I... Whoa! Hey, welcome in, Chew! Thank you for the raid! Hold on, let me, Let me go ahead and give you a shout-out. And there we go. Oh, wait, I have to wait 14 seconds before I do a shout-out, apparently, because I just did one. Thank you so much for the raid, Chew. How are you? What were you streaming? Did you play more Fortnite today, or were you playing Arc Raiders or something? Welcome in, Twinge. It's good to see you, too. You might need to buy an upgrade to do the charge shot. Yeah, I think that's the case, so I gotta go back to the Chibi house. I'm good. No, actually, I was messing around with 3D drawings. Really? I didn't even know that you did that. I'd have to actually go back and check that out. If you answered me, Adrian, sorry I didn't hear you. No, actually, I have to go back up and read your response. 1 second, I'm gonna do that in just a moment, Bolgay. I want to see if I can actually do the, shout-out now. I'm learning, but I made a little monster guy. Oh, that's so cute! Yeah, I definitely wanna check that out. What program are you using for 3D drawing? Are you doing, like, Blender or something? Okay, let's try and see this now. There we go. Yeah, Blender? Awesome. Yeah, you can do so much with Blender. I'm not good enough to do it. Sadly. But I've seen a lot of cool things, so it's cool that you're getting into it. I actually, yeah, I want to go and, check that out and see, the little monster you created. Yeah, for those of you, raiding in that may not know me, I am Adrian Hallowell. I am a Cursed Witch VTuber. And I'm playing Chibi Robo, today. Which is a very fun game, but definitely a lot more serious with its story than you would expect from something so cute, to be honest. Thank you, Naka. So, Bolgay, you said that's a tough one, honestly. There's a lot of good food, but I think my favorite right now is, okay, I'm gonna try my best here, so if I mispronounce this, I apologize. But is it Udae Jigai? Or Korean army stew? Ooh, what does that consist of? But yes, raiders, if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. Please make sure that you do everything that you need to. If you need to, you know, go get something to eat, or if you're gonna get some rest, or, you know, you're just gonna hop offline, that's totally cool. But I thank you for coming along with, Chew. Me and Chew actually, I was in Chew's stream the other day, watching the pro gamer at work playing some Fortnite. Which was quite fun. Chew never lets me, tell the truth that he is a pro gamer, but I'm sure all of you know it. I'm dog poop. See? You're lucky that I don't have, in fact, let me see. Wait, can I actually... Yeah, this'll do. That is my message to you, Chew. For speaking poorly of yourself. I love how you say that, but every time I watch you play, you're carrying the team that you're, playing with. It's funny how that works. I'm not sure if I ever got the red jewel. They're totally unrelated to this, but there's other small robot games on GameCube. They're both action games, Custom Robo, Battle Revolution, and Gacha Force. And they're both inspired by the anime Plare San Shiro. Yeah, actually, it's funny you mentioned those because back in the day, I had a GameCube. Actually still have that GameCube. But I wanted Custom Robo as well. And I, unfortunately, was never able to get it. So I hope that's a game they end up adding to the service here. Because I would love to play it. Get the red block. I think I remember a certain individual being cited as the carry during the Fortnite collab. Yeah, exactly. Uh-huh. Yeah, that was Chew. Custom Robo. Yeah, I always wanted to play that game. I actually had Nintendo Power magazines at the time that had like articles on the game and such. And I loved the character design so much. I used to try to draw some of the characters, but as you heard yesterday, I can't draw to save my life, so... Wasn't me, shut up, Chew. Yes, it was. You were indeed the carry. You were the carry while Sushi was complaining about being unable to shit, in her own words. Don't tell her that I referenced that slip up again. So as the name says, it was basically made back during the Korean War, according to my mother. Since food was hard to come by, they kind of did the communal rock stew approach. It's a mix of everything. It started by using surplus US military rations like Spam, hot dogs, and baked beans mixed with traditional Korean ingredients such as kimchi, gochujang, and ramyun. And the best for last, slices of American cheese on top. It's a spicy, savory dish. That sounds so good. Yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting how food that gets created or like made out of either necessity or is seen as like undesirable by people, you know, with power or whatever, ends up becoming delicacies. Like lobster at one point was seen as undesirable, like trash food, right? The same is true of a lot of soul food, right? Food that you know, they would just basically throw at slaves and such, that now is seen as a delicacy that was just thrown at people because, you know, you aren't worth being able to eat something, you know, of quality or whatever. So it's kind of interesting how food that is seen as less desirable or is created out of necessity with what you have on hand ends up becoming such a delicacy later on. That is actually incredibly common when it comes to food. LBX, I know that game didn't do too well financially for the 3DS release, but I really liked it. The GameCube one is actually the third title in the series. The original Custom Robo and its sequel, V2, were on the N64. And there was a GBA game, all Japan exclusive, and after Battle Revolution, there was a DS game, Custom Robo Arena. Chronologically, the GameCube game is technically last. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't even know that. I know that there was actually several games that did come out, but I didn't know that the GameCube one was canonically like the last or latest one in the canon. Yeah, I really do hope that it ends up coming to the GameCube emulator on the Switch too, because I would definitely like to play Custom Robo. Cooking with rations is fascinating. Yes, yeah, it is. You let soldiers loose and we can get creative. Yeah, that's true. So I have heard. Yeah, I do think, I mean, we were kind of talking about this recently too, right? With, how, for instance, with art, limitations breed better examples of, like, creativity when you don't have an infinite supply of everything. You're forced to get more creative, and you end up creating things that are, far more interesting than if you just had an infinite supply of all of the tools that you would need at your disposal. And the same can definitely be said about the culinary space. I can't explain without major story spoilers, but Battle Revolution definitely occurs after Arena, even though they release the other way around. Yeah, I thank you for sharing these little details. I actually really like this. I've kind of gotten lucky in that regard, in that, in a few of the streams I've done for several games, I've actually had people who are quite knowledgeable about, the games I've been playing pop in and share lots of little details, and I love that so much, because my chat can tell you I will yap endlessly about the useless knowledge that I have about video games. So I really do appreciate it. Charge chip? Is this it? Yes. Okay, that's what I've been missing. Actually, also, Sentai, do you happen to know what the Hot Rod and the Space Scrambler are for? Because I've been curious about that. You've upgraded. Keep it... Oh, that went by too fast. I like how he always apologizes for making a mess and then just does it again. Unfortunately, Noise had a falling out with Nintendo during the 3DS era and have been doing grunt work for Square Enix since, if I recall. So it's unlikely we'll ever get another custom Robo, but there are indie games inspired by it, like Battle Core Robots. That is a shame, but you know, you never know. Sometimes, relationships that you didn't think would, be mended in this industry are. Capcom is a good example of that. They had a falling out with Hideki Kamiya and Shinji Mikami, and both fences seem to be mended now. In fact, we're getting an Okami 2, something that nobody thought would ever happen, with Hideki Kamiya at the helm, so one day it could happen. Especially because I do think Nintendo would probably be one of the companies more likely to want to mend fences with old developers compared to most. Yeah, you didn't know Boge? Yeah, they're doing an Okami too. Hideki Kamiya left Platinum Games and made a new studio called Clovers, which is a reference to the old Clover studio, as I'm sure you know. And he's directing Okami too. It is happening after all of these years. Yeah, they actually had a teaser trailer for it at the Game Awards, I think, 2 years ago. So yeah. That is very exciting. I'm happy for Kamiya. I know he wanted to do that for a long time, so... Just nobody thought it would ever happen. That's why when you were talking about Beautiful Joe before, I was like, you know, it could happen. Since Kamiya is working... he's not working for Capcom, but I'm sure Okami 2 won't be the last collaboration that Capcom has with Clovers, you know? So I can easily see a new Beautiful Joe happening. It's funny they call it that, because there already was a direct sequel to Okami. They had Okamiden on the DS, yeah. Yeah, I remember when that game came out. Though I feel like, you know, obviously this is going to be like a bigger deal, because Hideki Kamiya will be involved, and he directed and created the original, so... I guess it'll feel like more of a true, like, sequel in that regard. Your Chibi ranking has gone from 7 to 6. You're making it into the top 6. Citrosoft has sent you a special gift, a brand new bonus battery. We're almost at 3,000 battery life, which is great. I need 888 more happy points to get another upgrade. Yeah, sure, we'll save. Alright, now let me pick up the mess you made again. How far are you in the Free Rangers events? You need those for minigames, but it's hard to say exactly what without spoilers. I don't think I've gotten very far at all, so okay, I should probably talk to those guys more, huh? Let's charge this battery a little bit more. Let's give it another 1,000. My god, Telly, please stop doing that. Okay, thank goodness it didn't give me something to actually pick up. Alright, it is a brand new day. Now that I have the... charge chip, I will go and try to see if I can, activate that hidden chibi door. Feeling cozy, Emerald? Do I have a frog ring to give her? I'm actually not sure. Let me check my inventory. No, I don't. But I do have a mess to clean up. Alright, nice. Let me go over here and pick up that paper ball. I know, right, Naka? I love the little song that plays when you are, cleaning up the stains on the floor with the brush. The dynamic music in this game is so much fun. goodness, there's paw prints all over the floor over there. But I guess it does give us a nice excuse for using the brush again, so we get to hear it once more. It never gets old. Alright. Let's go ahead and go back upstairs and see if we can open up the chibi door. The hidden one. Then I guess I should probably talk to the Free Rangers, since now I know there's something else I have to do with them. Honestly, the amount of content in this game is incredible. It really does kind of go to show how we've unfortunately regressed a little bit in terms of just how much we pack into one game. I didn't think that there would be so much to do in this game. It is quite replete with content. Sentai, is there any significance to that car over there, by the way? Because all I seem to be able to do is, like, push it. I thought I was going to be able to drive it. I was kind of excited to do so. Basically, every character has a sticker in the sticker book for the pause menu. You need to check who still has stuff for you to do. Yeah, I think I haven't gotten any of them yet. Yeah. Unfortunately, so I have a lot of work to do. Ad break starting in 1 minute for those not subbed, by the way. Just letting you know. I like the brush music, me too. It's so relaxing. Like, this game is just so full of creativity that, like, I don't know, it just brings you joy playing it. Which is astounding considering how dark the story has been getting, but I don't know, just doing basic actions in this game. Oh, we have robots to kill. Just doing basic actions in this game is so whimsical. Speaking of whimsy, Bolge, did you finish Mouse PI yet? And if so, or I guess even if you didn't finish it, what's the verdict since you've been playing it? Do you recommend it? I know you were saying it was good, but now that you've actually had a chance to play through it more, I'm just curious as to what your thoughts on it are, because I am chomping at the bit to play it. Not yet, but I have a suspicion. God, it's so satisfying to throw all of the trash out. Alright, I'll get that stuff when we hop back down. Wait a minute, what is the bear doing over there? I like it, the voice acting is a good blend between 1920s and modern. The character designs all make sense. It's like something out of Roger Rabbit or an old Walt Disney cartoon for sure. Story gets crazier as you go. That is music to my ears. I have a sneaking suspicion about the ending, but I'll wait. Interesting. I'm like dying to play it. It looks so good. I think honestly the last time that a game did so well with like a... They're not similar art styles, but like, you know, one makes one think of the other, right? Is Cuphead. And I'm really glad to see more games like going with the classic cartoon style like that. It's very underrepresented as far as art styles go. I would like to see more games take from both of those styles, and also some go with like a 90s anime art style too. Kind of like what the new Ghost in the Shell game looks, or new Ghost in the Shell anime, I should say, looks like. I would like to see more stuff like that. There is actually a game that is going with a 90s style of anime. It's a co-op game that's coming out on the Switch too. I have to get the name of it and I'll post it in my Discord. It looks really, really cute. And the art style is fantastic. And I want to see people copy it because it's very underrepresented. And I do miss that kind of art. What the heck is the bear doing? Excuse me? The style you're thinking of is rubber hose animation. There's also gun nose. Got it, got it. What is going on? Oh, sorry to interrupt your meal. Huh? How long have you been standing there? Oh, not very long at all. You should have at least said something. I did, but... You did, but what? Oh my god. Is something wrong? What? It's nothing. I'm sorry. I don't think the bear is all there. My name is Sunshine. Nice to meet you. I'm not sure that that name fits your personality, but... This is the first time we've met, isn't it? I mean, we did talk last night. And you are? This is Chibi Robo. The bear is gonna kill us. Is he bear pulling? And I'm Telly, his manager. Chibi Robo and Telly. Oh yes, I see. What nice names. Nice to meet you. Yes. Nice to meet you too. Well, we should get going. What the hell is going on? Nectar, Nectar. Is something wrong? I'm hungry. Yeah, we can see that. I'm hungry for nectar. Bring me some nectar. Nectar from a flower. Bring it now. Don't make me hurt you. Jesus Christ. Douse me with it. I want to roll around in it. Sweetie Bear needs nectar. Nectar. I can't help it. Oh my god. I don't even know how it would make such a noise. Here's another serious topic the game addresses. Drug addiction. Are you serious? Chibi Robo, we need to find this bear some nectar. Stat. Oh dear god. Well, I was not expecting that to come up as a topic. How about no and let him quit cold turkey? Yeah, I'm not sure that, fueling this... Can I talk to you while you're pissed off, or are you gonna attack me? Did you bring the nectar? If you've got it, then hurry up and pour it all over me. Jesus. Well, I know where to get the nectar. In the backyard. We'll... I guess fuel this bear's, addiction in a little bit. For now, I want to go to that, Chibi door. And then... we'll check on our friend over there. Enabling. Yeah, I don't see what choice we have right now. That bear needs to be put on detox, yeah. Yeah, indeed. I can't believe the, can't believe the diversity of subject material that this game is getting into. I did not think we would be dealing with an addict bear. Alright, let's try our new Chibi Blaster. There we go. Bearable. Yes, it is quite bearable, isn't it? So actually, Sentai, do you happen to know what the story behind these, uncanny, bizarre chibi doors are? I've been curious about that from the beginning. That's unbearleavable. You're making so many bear puns that you're reminding me of Teddy from Persona 4. Bear with me. The devs have never explicitly explained the doors. I see. The flower blossomed. Mort just gave you 33 happy points. Now give it to the princess. Don't let Drake Redcrest take the credit like last time. Spread the happiness. Then I accidentally touched it. It's okay, give it to her anyway. It's the thought that counts. I killed it. I made it hideous. Like me. And it was such a pretty flower. Oh. Yeah? Oh god. A monster? No! Oh, come on. This is also a great adaptation of Beauty and the Beast. Is he the one who's been bringing me the flowers? Alright, let me pick this up first and then I'll talk to her. Oh god, that's Cassandra DeVry's scream. Is that like the original source of that scream? Because I know that that scream has been used in so many things, kind of like the Wilhelm scream. He captivates me. I get lost in his dreamy eyes. But when I think of his face, I faint with fear. A little overdramatic, I think. Oof, it happened again. You see, I'm terrible at scary things. I need your help to work up my courage. I've got to get over this complex. How can I help you? You see, Okay, she's just repeating herself. Guess it's from an open source sound pack, but it's the one they used for her. Yeah, that's like I'm pretty sure a very old sound effect. It's been used in a billion things. Gotta look that up. Alright, let's let's go to the backyard now and extract some nectar for our addicted bear friend. And then we'll return, I suppose. Sentai, you know, I don't know how close I am to the end of the game, but I've been doing this playthrough for a while now. As you can see with the title, this is actually part 5 of the playthrough I've been doing, so if you'd like to spare a follow, I would love to continue chatting with you about this game as I continue to make my way through it. I really do enjoy playing games and having people who are very knowledgeable about them. Share details. Hey, thank you for the follow. Funny enough, that is actually kind of how I've met some of the people in my chat right now. Through me being unable to shut up about Resident Evil. So. There we go. Code Veronica united us, yeah. For me and Emerald, it was the Resident Evil remake. Alright, I just want to grab the trash that's up here, and then we'll go ahead and we'll go deliver the nectar to our addicted bear. I'm very curious to see what the response is going to be. I wonder where the father is, though. It's not in the backyard anymore. Maybe the kitchen or the basement? Yeah, if you look at the picture she's drawing here, it's her mom fuming at the dad. I do like that you can see what's on her mind through what she's currently doodling. Simple but effective. This game is full of neat little things like that. Let's go upstairs. There's a candy wrapper on the stairs that I want to grab, but I'd have to climb up and then use the copter to come down, and I wouldn't consider this a negative in this game, but one thing that I could definitely see driving people crazy, because it drives me crazy, is sometimes there's so much trash around that you feel the compulsion to clean it all, and it's not very wise for, you know, the limited time you have during the day or night cycle. But it absolutely drives me nuts with the urge to just clean everything, and it's kind of impossible to do that. On the one hand, this game satisfies my clean freak tendencies, but on the other hand, it also drives me insane. That's also how Helen feels about it. Yeah. I have mixed feelings about Helen. I feel really bad for her, but at the same time... are you okay? Yeah, I brought your nectar. Okay, so you literally just want me to blast it at you then. Okay. You good? Nectar, my sweetest friend. Yeah, I guess I can kind of see where this would be a metaphor for drug use with the the way it just splatters across the face. Yeah, it really, yeah. I think we're thinking the same thing, Sally. It's quite on the nose, pun intended. Isn't it? I'm full of warmth and happiness now. Thanks, Chibi Robo. I would actually say the name is probably a good fit for this storyline as well. It's funny because now it makes a little picture at the end of the syringe there even more fitting. I was wondering why it looked like that. Look, look. My face is on all kinds of stuff in this row. I'm like a celebrity. Oh yeah, they are definitely, I see what they're going for here. I do find this very interesting that it seems like Nintendo just decided, you know what, let's make a game that's really cute, but deals with a lot of the most serious things that somebody can ever experience in life. I think you can knock that over, Chibi Robo. I think so too. So we also need to try and figure out how we can help the princess get over her fear of scary things. I wonder how we would go about that. No, not the plug, I want the crayon. There we go, yellow crayon. Incidentally, Sunshine and Princess Pits are the only toys that belong to Jenny. And Sophie is a Chew toy, so technically she's Tao's, I guess. All the other toys, including more, are George's collectibles. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So what's the deal with that cult symbol on the television? Purple crayon. Now, how do I get over there? I guess I have to... Yeah, I should probably go all the way up there first, right? So Sentai, what's your story with this game? How did you first get introduced to Chibi Robo? I'm curious what made you fall in love with the game. There we go. Okay, I was right. Great, we got the purple crayon. I can't say much without spoilers, but a hint for what to do about it is that you gotta find the same symbol somewhere else. Okay. Thank you. I'll keep a lookout for it then. Oh no, I missed it. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, great. And just in time, too. Literally 1 millisecond. Sure, let's make a save. I also should make a save state. I haven't done that in a while. Just in case. There we go. Alright. I think I have enough for the basement warp now, too. Yes, I do. We definitely want that. Make it a lot easier to get up and down those stairs. Because we still have more work to do down there. I had it as a kid on GameCube. I really like games and other media about robots, and I like the idea of an exploration game where you're tiny like this, Katamari and Pikmin. It really makes you think about homes and urban environments from a different perspective. Yeah, I feel the same way, and I love hearing that, like that story. I really like hearing how people got into, like, games they're really passionate about. But for me, my experience was, playing the Army Men games on the Nintendo 64 when I was a kid. That also kind of had, like, that sense of scale and, like, wonder of playing as toys in an environment that's way bigger than you. So this game definitely appeals to, like, that part of me that enjoys that kind of thing. So it's interesting that, for you, it was, like, that, enjoyment of media, like, about robots and stuff, but also, like, combined with, like, that same wonder of exploring, an environment from a very different perspective. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing that. Congratulations, you've built all of the Utilibots. That's no small task, you know? Hmm? Wow, the Utilibots sent you a gift. They say it's a token of their appreciation. Utilibots just gave you 100 happy points. Spread the happiness. Oh. You got the Utilibot sticker. You really are amazing, Chibi Robo. I'll set it up out in the basement. So, I got my first sticker. So that is confirmation that that is complete then. Okay, interesting. So we need to actually... So looking at the silhouettes here, I'm kind of surprised I didn't get the one for the frogs. I guess there's more to do with them? Guess we should start revisiting more of the characters around here. I want to try to get all of these before the credits roll. Congrats on your first sticker. Thank you, Emerald. Yeah, it is nice to actually have one. I also really like all ages media that doesn't shy away from serious topics. Another example is Batman the Animated Series. Yes, that is a good example. You need to be sensitive about what media is appropriate for kids and young adults, but kids aren't dumb. You can talk to them about real stuff rather than just having mindless stimulation as entertainment. Yes. Perfectly agreed. Batman the Animated Series is another good example. I also felt the same about Teen Titans and Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah, there's a certain power, like, definitely, with regards to entertainment. Some things are definitely actually better tackled from the perspective of, all ages media. I think that's one reason why that show, Bluey, has blown up so much. Because of how well it tackles certain things. To the point where even adults watch it, right? Because it gives them kind of a sense of comfort of how these things are explained in a way that, like, their parents may never have properly explained it to them, or, you know, had the patience to, or sensitivity to handle it with them. And it's kind of comforting, even if it's all things that they know about or have experienced by now. I've seen some people get weird about that, like it's immature or whatever, but I can understand the psychology behind it. So yeah, there's definitely a merit to some things being tackled in media that is made for all ages or children rather than adults. And vice versa, of course. There are some things that are much better handled in entertainment that is made for adults. Like, not just the obvious stuff, but I mean sometimes even, like, family dynamic stuff. Ugh, there's more paw prints down there. Alright, I'm just taking a look around the house right now because I'm trying to see if there's any sign of that symbol that we saw. In fact, you know what? Actually, I think I might know where we find it. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. Hey, welcome in, Dandy. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me take a sip. How are you doing? Been a little while since I've seen you pop in here. It's nice to see you again. And as you can see, we are playing Chibi Robo today. And learning quite a few new things about the game. Alright, great. Let's take all of this stuff. Then I'm gonna head back to the living room because I think I know where that other thing would be. Hold on, let me scroll up so I can see your full comment. Godzilla is another good example, but I don't think the messaging gets through to kids. I remember reading Shin Kayama's, the scenario writer for the original movie, and its direct sequel, Raids Again, Confessions essay, where he explains how he left the series basically because he crashed out about how a kid... Why does it keep doing that? Basically because he crashed out about how a kid in a waiting room at a doctor's office saw a magazine of dinosaurs and got really excited. Godzilla, Godzilla. He also didn't like the direction Toho wanted to take the franchise, but eventually he had to admit that even he was developing warm feelings for Godzilla like Toho and Japanese children. Wow. You know, that is interesting. Reading about how creatives involved in the process of like creating some of these series, like how their opinions of stuff kind of changes a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I'll admit to avoiding Yomawari. I don't know why, but I'm very wary of it. Yeah, no worries. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, it was a good game, but it definitely dealt with some subject material that I could understand some people being uncomfortable with, especially the second game, so yeah, no worries. But it is nice to see you again. Yeah, we are still trying to help this family. But yeah, Godzilla is a good example, I think, Sentai. Honestly, it's a really good example of how profound fiction can be in general, in terms of the nature of what it wants to express, but in a way that can captivate and draw people in. Sometimes with fiction, you kind of need to fool people by making them think the nature of what you are creating is about something that it's not, in order to kind of grasp the audience and then really share a powerful message with them. I don't think this is gonna work, but... yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking... we need to turn the TV to a different station, and maybe we'll also get the static with that symbol. Perhaps? Before I try that, though, I do want to get that chibi door up there. I can't believe I missed that one. The phone has eyes, that's cute. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this door. There we go. Alright, now... let's flutter down and then try to see what we can do with the TV here. Don't want to have to wind the ladder down, so let's climb up and then just see if we can float down. This is actually reminding me of Army Men Sarge's Heroes. Dandy, I was talking about that before. I loved the Army Men games when I was a kid. And part of that is the reason why I'm enjoying Chibi Robo so much. It is scratching the same itch for me. Hmm. Why doesn't the channel change? Okay, so clearly there's something else I need to do with all of this, but I do think I have the right idea. Is it you? My god, this guy. Space Hunter Drake Redcrest. Hello, Space Hunter Robo. You heard her too, huh? Yes, she is one good-looking princess. Still, I didn't realize that dead flowers made a good gift. Drake Redcrest has much to learn. I must find whoever owns the rights to the Army Men games and buy it. Then make a new Sarge's Heroes. Dandy, listen, if you did that, I would love you forever. I've been saying that for years and years and years. I want a new Army Men Sarge's Heroes so bad. Those who haven't played it do not understand the joy that those games had. I am so sad that it ended on the note of Sarge's War. And if you actually read the interviews with some of the people from 3DO, the reason why they went with such a depressing game is because, you know, that's kind of how it felt with all of the financial troubles and stuff. Like, they wanted to give it a definitive ending, even though it still kind of left it a little bit open. But it was such a glum game because that was the attitude of the people who were working on it, because they knew that, you know, once it was done, they weren't going to have jobs anymore, basically. But to have a new Army Men that channels Sarge's Heroes 1 and 2 with modern graphics and, like, that same, you know, that same whimsy and stuff like that with modern gameplay updates. Oh my goodness. Yikes, yeah. Yeah, it's really sad. Yeah, there's a lot, like, there's been so many evolutions in gameplay and stuff, since, obviously, the last games in the series, that, it wouldn't necessarily need to be like these games, but I feel like a good template, and I don't mean this in terms of, like, the narrative structure, but, like, the fusion of, platforming and third-person shooting. Like, they could easily kind of take some stuff from Uncharted in terms of control, and then, like, create a very whimsical game out of it. Like, I always thought it would be fun to have, like, a gameplay segment with, like, more dynamic gameplay stuff. Like, for instance, you're in the kitchen and, like, one of the soldiers might shoot, like, a milk carton, and, like, milk goes flooding out and knocks some of the soldiers off the side of a counter or something. Like, imagine that, like, physics-based stuff, right? That would be fun. Only then can justice truly prevail. Thusly, I will study a new technique. Check Toy Commander on the Dreamcast. I've seen some gameplay from that. There's actually a game, there's a few games that have come out in recent years. There's one called, I think it's like Hyperbox Uncharged or something like that. That kind of channels Army Men a little bit, but it just doesn't have the same soul. I do still want to play it, though. It looks fun. And then somebody made a multiplayer game that's basically trying to be Army Men called The Mean Greens. But number one, it still doesn't hit the same, like, it doesn't scratch the same itch. And number two, I don't think that game is, like, alive anymore from a multiplayer perspective. So, yeah. I envision a new one as being a bit like the recent Hitman games that makes each level a sandbox level with lots of ways to approach objectives. That would be a nice approach as well. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that they could do it, for sure. But, like, with some of the aspects in, like, the combat and stuff, it would be really cool to see them incorporate some physics-based stuff to really add more to the whimsy. Like, when you think about the bedroom level in Sarge's Heroes 2, it would have been really cool to be able to, like, knock down some of the Lincoln logs or the cassette tapes and stuff like that. Everything was, like, fixed back then, right? Like, fixed in place. It would be really cool to have some of the gameplay involve, like, actually interacting with some of the toys and other things in the house. That could be really fun. I would also like, if they did make a new one, I would be perfectly fine with them leaving it set around the time of the original games, like in the early 2000s, late 90s, just because, you know, kids actually played with toys back then. But I could see them doing fun things with modern stuff as well. Drake is kind of a himbo. I like that he takes being a hero and justice so seriously despite not being able to figure it out. He's so earnest. If I'm able to master it, I'm sure the lovely princess will be impressed. But for now, I must return to my training. Look at him go. Sorry, I'm lurking and playing games. No worries, Purple. What are you playing right now? Are you still playing the same game you were playing yesterday? I am honestly glad to see that there's so many of you in the chat that also have an appreciation for these kinds of, like, toy-like, or toys-to-life kind of games and stuff. Enshrouded, and yeah, I just got the crafter. I have to look that up. I don't think I've ever seen anything from Enshrouded. Let me check my items list. I don't know what we're supposed to do with all these crayons. Or the blocks. Blacksmith, my bad. Wrong guy. Got it. Let's talk to these guys. Do you want in on some spy training? It's a fun base building game. I think it popped off when it released. Really? I'll admit, I want to melt enemies in a rebooted army, man. That would be so fun. It was always fun when you got to use the flamethrower in Sarge's Heroes 2. And if you, did you ever see any of the promotional art, like, that they use for advertisements and stuff for those games, Dandy? Because there's, like, one thing for Army Men Air Combat, like a print ad they used to have in magazines and such, where you could see some of the, like there was a helicopter circling around a barbecue grill, and they're, like, shooting at the soldiers that are on the grill, and you see them, like, melting to the heat and stuff. Just really creative visuals that, you know, they weren't capable of creating in-game because of the hardware at the time. That would actually be really fun to see in a rebooted Army Men game. And because they're toy soldiers, you could kind of have fun with, like, having, like, crazy amounts of gore, but it would come off as cartoony and kind of unserious just because of the nature of it, but still kind of retain some of that darkness. Because that's, like, what the Army Men games did very well, too. Like, it was funny because they were toys, but, you know, for them, it was serious, so there was always, like, that disconnect where it never felt like it was too violent, but, it was appropriately dark for, like, the world of these toys. It was very charming. Air Combat, Ace Combat. I've never played an Ace Combat game, but I hear really good things about them. You can return Jenny's crayons to the case on her desk. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sentai. Okay, I'll head there after this, then. Alright, what do they want me to do here? I knew I could count on you. This exercise trains your eyes to follow the great beast's lightning-fast maneuvers. Find the spy. You're free rangers. You're hard-boiled. I'm Detroit. I'm the spy. I'm Tex. I'm Frisco. I'm Orlando. Alright, hunt down the spy. Bingo. This qualifies as spy training? Ace Combat is awesome and have the best final boss themes I've ever heard. I'm always kind of surprised at how into Ace Combat people are, just because, you know, it is a, like a flight combat game, right? It is pretty cool that, it's so successful. Because I know a lot of, like, other ones never really caught on that much. I think Ace Combat and Star Fox are probably the most popular ones, right? I know Ubisoft tried to make a game like that. I think it was called Hawks, right? And I don't think that did very well. That was another Tom Clancy thing. And for some reason, I feel like there was another one. I know Sony had Warhawk, I think it was, which also had other forms of combat too, right? But it was primarily like an air combat game. And then they did Starhawk, I think, right? You did it. Ready to try for number 2? Project Wingman, which is right up there with Ace Combat for me. Who makes that one? Spread the happiness. Alright, how many times are you gonna have me do this? Okay, you're the spy now. Oh, really? Huh. You need to get 3 in a row. Okay, we'll retry that later. I want to go return the crayons first. Prez, my psychotic wizzo, my beloved. I was ready to lock in and watch some shuffle. You'll get your chance. I'm gonna go back down there. After. I just want to return these crayons first. Oh, she's awake. Let's talk to her real quick as well. Ace Combat works because it takes a loving approach to recreating real-world jets and then throws reality out the window and gives you 70 missiles per mission instead of a more realistic number like 4. Developed by Sector D2, got it. Yeah, I think they're making a new Ace Combat, right? Was it like Ace Combat 9 or 10? I saw a lot of people get really excited when they announced it. What? I'm not thinking of anyone, especially not that Drake Redcrest. 8. 8 is on the way. Got it. Okay. Sorry to bother you, Chibi Robo. Whoa. Ooh, feels good. Well, she left her love note there. Alright, we'll come back and fetch that in a minute. I do find it kind of funny that she seems to enjoy pain because she's a chew toy, but the way that was expressed seemed like a little bit of adult humor, perhaps. Alright, let me mop this up. Super excited about it. Let's throw all this stuff out. God, that is so satisfying. Yeah, you're all making me think I should take a look at one of these Ace Combat games. I always see so many people really excited about them, even people who, like, I wouldn't think would be into that kind of thing, so I wonder. I know 7 is on the Switch, I believe. Are you about to go crazy again? Getting the twitches, are you? Huh? I thought I was gonna pass out just then. You are not okay. Look, look. Okay, yeah, it's the same thing you said earlier. Is she actually in bed for once, Jenny? Let me go up there and see. Yeah, she actually is sleeping for once. This is actually legitimately the only time I've seen her sleeping. She's usually sitting outside the, master bedroom. Can I interact with her? Not that I want to wake her up, but I am curious to see if it lets me. Oh. God, I feel so bad for her. Alright, let's return the crayons real quick. I'm losing moonlight here. I'm curious, to everybody in the chat, what is one game that you have played that you feel is rather unknown or kind of niche that you would like a sequel to, or a remake, or remaster even, of, that you kind of feel like maybe a good amount of people wouldn't know about? Is this where they go? No, I guess not. Eternal Darkness? Yeah, definitely. I would say that's at least pretty well known, despite the fact that it's, you know, niche from people who actually played it perspective. Brave Fencer Musashiden. The mother pisses me off so much. Stop calling your daughter weird and actually talk to her. Be a mother, a good mother. Yeah, I agree. I agree. That is my main problem with her. This whole locking herself away thing that she has done is just frustrating, and I feel so bad for Jenny. Like, that's your kid. She's literally, you know, crying every night for her. Phantom Crash for the Xbox. It did get a sequel on PS2 called Steel Lancer Arena. Well, why is the camera doing that? International, that's also not very well known. Nothing comes to mind immediately. I'd have to look at my old game collection. Brave Fencer Musashiden was a PS1 game and one of the few action RPGs that I finished. It sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it before, but I don't know if I've seen any gameplay from it. These are all very interesting answers. For me, I would have said Army Men, but maybe it's a little bit more well-known than I thought, since we have a few people in the chat who have actually experienced it, which I'm very happy to hear. So I'll throw another one. Have any of you ever heard of the racing game Mad Dash? That was a Xbox launch title. That game was so much fun, and I would honestly love a remaster of it. Not even asking for a sequel or anything, just another chance to experience that game without needing to have a TV that could display Xbox games without looking like complete garbage, you know? Buck Bumble. I want someone to remake Buck Bumble with modern tech and design. Okay. Dandy, first of all, Buck Bumble has such a crazy theme. Just so good for no reason. It is so addicting. The game Revolt on the N64 also had really good music. But speaking of Buck Bumble, apparently you might be getting your wish. It might be getting remastered very soon. I was seeing apparently Argonaut Software recently posted a thing referencing Buck Bumble, and they were like, and don't ask us any more questions, you'll see for yourself soon, or something like that. So you might actually be getting your wish sooner than you think. Crazy that you brought that up, because I was reading that just yesterday, actually. Some context that was left on the cutting room floor of development is that they're getting on by Bill's tapping into Helen's savings, rather. And the Frog's Curse idea is from a cartoon about a witch that Jenny likes. So that's where the frog stuff is coming from. Interesting. I didn't realize that they're actually taking from the mother's savings, though. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely justified. Ow! Okay, wait a minute. Why did that happen? Weird. Yeah, what was that? Did somebody... Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the sub, Dandy. I'm surprised Purple or Ballgate didn't snipe me. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. Now I'm taking your words to heart, Dandy. Yeah, no, thank you so much for the sub for 3 months. It was really delayed for some reason. I got the money thrown at my head, and then it just didn't appear in the chat for a bit. Thought maybe Vignon malfunctioned or something and just played an emote for some reason. Yeah, Vignon alerts you to resubs button, even if they don't press the button to let you know. Got it, okay. That makes sense. If anyone needs to talk in this house, George should talk to his wife about what happened with his job, since she assumes he's just being lazy. Yeah, communication is a big part of their, a big problem with their relationship, so it seems. And I do feel bad for, Helen. And she has every right to be frustrated, but I do feel like what she is doing, and honestly just the way that she acts towards Jenny, is completely uncalled for. Like, calling her a freak and everything else is just... like, you're her mother, you know. If we, a random, you know, robot that was brought into the house, can understand better what is going on with her, her own mother should be able to, you know? Oof, bad communication is a bit of an issue for me. Maybe I wouldn't like this game so much after all. Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends, right? If it's something that's kind of, like, triggering or, like, upsetting for you, then this game can definitely be aggravating in that regard. Like, you don't really see them arguing much or anything like that, on screen. But it's more so just that you can tell everybody's kind of dealing with their own thing and none of them are talking to each other about it. So, like, the father, clearly something happened with his job, but he doesn't seem to be actively talking about it. And then the mother is actually, you know, she's expressed her frustration multiple times, but she's not paying attention to how her kid feels. And it's just kind of assuming that George is being lazy with regards to not getting another job rather than actually talking to him about what happened and, you know, why he's having difficulty getting another job. And then neither of the parents are really paying attention to their daughter and how depressed she is. And none of them seem to understand that she's slipping into this character, you know, because of what's happening directly. So... Context. I got my bachelor's in communication, so I'm basically only qualified to see how things aren't working. No, I know what you mean. I angry flip bad communication tropes. Alright, we got the love letter. I guess we're supposed to give that to Drake Redcrest. Did you find a letter? Would you like me to read it for you? Sure. I mean, we're kind of invading her privacy here, but... Dearly beloved, red. The vibrant red of your crest represents your burning passion. White. The pale white of your uniform represents your pure heart. The two colors intermingle to make pink, the color of my love. Listen to the beating of my heart. Hear the pulse of my love. I am a slave to the brilliant hues of your love. That was rather intense. Whoa, this is a love letter. You couldn't tell by the heart on the envelope, Telly? Sorry, but I just had to read it. Listen to the beating of my heart. I heard a strange sound the other day. It must have been her heart beating for me. Oh my... Telly. That's rather cute. Yeah, it is. It's adorable. Telly, you can't possibly think this is about you. Oh, excuse me. He doesn't even have those colors, so what is he talking about? He's delusional. Okay, let's see, what should I do right now? I've got a lot of different options, right? I'll take a look at my items real quick. So we can't give the love letter to Drake Redcrest until evening. I have quite a few items that I don't know what to do with. And we still need a way to, we still need a way to help the princess get over her fear of scary things as well. And we gotta play the little spy minigame again. We'll come back. I kinda wanna go to the backyard real quick and see if I can check on the frogs again. Or get them to pop out, because apparently I didn't get the sticker for them, even though I thought I was done with them, so there must be at least one more thing we can do with them. Let's also check on this real quick. Let's give her an entry-level horror movie. Yeah, right? The art style of the The art style of the news people reminds me of the Fairly Odd Parents. Okay, well that turned on that. Alright. So still no weird symbol in the static yet. Give her a feather of courage. I do wonder how we're supposed to help her get over that. I think that's also something about this game I really like, is that, pretty much everything is like one big puzzle for you to figure out. And it's so much fun to actually try to figure this stuff, you know? Like, it's fun to just run around the house and, you know, see what you come across and how it may pertain to your situation. Okay, well, there goes the dog again. Is that supposed to be like a plane flying overhead? Weeds. Oh, I didn't realize I could actually do that with these. Interesting. Oh, I have an obscure game I'd like to get a sequel to. What would that be? That's the symbol. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. I thought it would be on the TV, but this is it right here. Huh. I bet gift subs that nobody has heard of Future Tactics: The Uprising. Actually, I have. I have heard of that game. I don't know anything about it, but I have heard of it. I do recognize the name, actually. Remember what Jenny said? Actually, I need to, You don't have to actually give gift subs, though, but yeah, I do recognize it. I have heard of that. Alright, let's do away with you. Dandy, you didn't have to actually give gift subs. I just wanted you to know that I did recognize the name at the very least. I do feel like I would recognize the visuals. In fact, hold on, let me look it up, because I do think I can tell you exactly where I heard of it. If I see it. But regardless, thank you so much for the gift subs, Dandy. I really do appreciate that. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Yep, okay, yes, I do recognize this. I actually had read about this game in the official Xbox magazine. That's where I remember it from. Yes, I remember looking at this game and seeing this back in the Xbox magazine. Way, way back when. By the way, the frog costume lets you talk to other animals too, like Tao. Really? Okay, let me see what Tao has to say then. Let me see who all got a gift sub. Well, thank you so much, Danny. I appreciate that. I lost the bet. It's okay. It was a one-sided bet. You didn't have to do that. But again, I do appreciate it. Did I ever mention how much I hate handling fish? No, you haven't, but I can probably imagine why that would be. Alright, Tao, talk to me. What's going on? Why are you growling at me? Alright, whatever. I know I don't have to, but I might as well. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. Yeah, but that is interesting. So, tell me about the game. When did you play it and stuff? I haven't thought about that game in a long time. I remember, seeing that game, and also there was another game, too, that came out back in those days. It starred, like, this orange robot. It was like a third-person shooter, and a lot of people thought it was really good. I'm forgetting what it's called, though. Wait, I'm thinking of a different outfit, actually. Never mind. Oh, okay. That explains why he was just growling at me. Thought I was doing something wrong. Metal arms, glitch in the system. Yes. Yes, that is it. I remember, thinking that game looked so good back then. It looked, ahead of its time. It looked like so much fun. There's a bird in the tree you can talk to with the frog suit, though. Really? Okay, I guess I'll head back outside and give it a shot. There it is, Adrian, get out of my head. It seems that we have a similar affinity for games of that era. Yeah, it was always a shame, you know, I wasn't able to get a whole bunch of games back then, so at that point, games I used to see on G4, for anybody that ever used to watch that channel, or playing demo discs, was like a way that I got exposed to a lot of different games. Actually, I guess Metal Arms would be my choice for a game to get a reboot. My bro and I love that one, really. That's cute. I need to look up some, like a long play of that or something. Yeah, I remember that was kind of like a... That was kind of a game that seemed like it didn't get all of the attention it deserved, but everybody that played it really liked it. G4, yep. God, I used to watch so much G4 back then. X-Play, Cinematech. Cinematech is, oh my god. People just don't know how great that show was for learning about new games, and yeah, I loved it. Electric Playground, Cheat, Attack of the Show, Icons. I was thinking of all the shows I used to watch, and then I used to watch Anime Unleashed, which was their midnight block for anime and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay, let's open the chest. Which emote did we get? This is a new emote, everybody. I'd rent the shit out of games back when Blockbuster was still around. It is a shame that there's really no way to do that now outside of Gamefly. Which I'm kind of surprised Gamefly is even still around. That one too? Can I... There we go, finally. I was wondering how to get rid of that, spider web. And I guess this is a bird, right? He's in a deep sleep. If he doesn't move, we can't get to the other side. I have to figure out how to wake you up. But for now... Let's go in this chibi door. No, no, no! That was a horrible fall. Also, do you remember what Jenny said while staring at her TV? Unfortunately, I kind of forgot a little bit. She was saying something about, the radar, right? So maybe I should go stand over the symbol and use the, Chibi radar? If I'm remembering that correctly. Circle radar, circle middle radar. Okay. Let me float down there. I just want to see... Can I wake you up like this? Yes, I can. What are you doing? I was having the best dream. What's your deal anyway? Do you just go around waking people up who are napping in their house? Chirp? Animal cruelty, animal cruelty. Bombs away, chirp. Did he just shit on me? Now, Chibi Robo, I don't think that was very nice. You need to be kinder to animals. You tell him, TV guy. I mean, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to. You're kind of in the way. No! Okay, that is not good. Alright, I need to recharge badly. Let me do that real quick. Normally, it kind of, stops you before you fall off like that. So I have to pretty much walk around up there with the Chibi Copter equipped. Just in case. Anyway, after playing Future Tactics a couple years ago, I thought about what a new one would be like. It's basically Valkyria Chronicles. I love Valkyria Chronicles. I played the first one a few years ago on Switch, and then I ended up getting Valkyria Chronicles 4. It's a shame that 2 and 3 are kind of inaccessible. And I really wish that they would make a new one. Yeah, Valkyria Chronicles was so good, oh my god. Okay, let's come back outside. I think if you stumble at the edge less if you're holding the plug to run faster. Okay, that would explain it. Valkyria Chronicles is one of the best tactics RPGs I have ever played. Yeah, agreed. Cannot end in daylight. Maybe I need to come back here at night? Feels like there's got to be something more to that, right? So we got a chibi door, but maybe... Man, that chibi door is blinking real fast. Unfortunately, I had to turn my brain off on certain things. I had to remind myself it's for gameplay, not real combat. Yeah, it was super fun, though. I will admit that, the last boss in that game did aggravate me a little bit. But I beat it regardless. play Valkyria Chronicles a lot, actually. It's such a good game. What, the big ship? Yeah. Well, that and, like, the final battle with the freaking, God, what was it? I remember there being, like, a specific attack that could just eviscerate you in, like, one hit. Alright, let's try your suggestion and walk up here with the plug instead, maybe? Oh, can you move again, please? Oh, you again. Are you talking about Maximilian? I think so. The Emperor? Yeah. Yes. My stomach's empty. I'm starving. Got anything for me? No, I don't. Of course. Alright, well, I guess we better figure out what we can give to our bird friend here. Emperor's son, one of a few that I remember. Yeah, I think it was the Emperor. So we need something to give to the bird. To eat. To make it move. And we need to wait until nighttime to come out and do the radar thing in the middle of the symbol. I've actually got the art books for Valkyria Chronicles 2 and 3. Seriously? That is so cool, Balgay. Were you ever able to play them? Because I don't think they ever released in the US, right? And they were PSP exclusives, I think. Right? I was so upset after finishing the first game that there's no easy way to play 2 and 3. I guess they're emulators and such, but again, I've never really had a computer where that would be an easy thing. Because I would absolutely love to play those. I was surprised they even made a 4th game. PSP exclusives, and I think only 2 released? I forget. I'd love to try those 2 out. Yeah, me too. Played demos of them, no idea where I got them. I bought Valkyria Chronicles as a second-hand game for PS3, and it's been one of those games you just decide to invest not expecting much. Same happened with Pikmin. Yeah, actually, I got Valkyria Chronicles 1 on, like, a deep sale on the eShop, and it was pretty much a steal for the amount of value that I got out of it. Here's another deep cut for all of you. How many of you played Batten Kaitos on the GameCube? 1 or 2? Because I did, and I loved that game, and it is actually the reason why I fell in love with Monolith Soft before Xenoblade Chronicles. I know it, but I've always favored Skies of Arcadia over that one. Oh, another Valkyria game. Valkyria Revolution. I never got to play that one. I heard a lot of people really didn't like it. I wanted to play it regardless, but I didn't get the opportunity to. I still think it's a huge missed opportunity that Sega never remastered Skies of Arcadia outside of the GameCube version that they did. So if they don't want to or are unable to for whatever reason, And I do hope it ends up on the Nintendo Switch Online service. 3 had really small maps, and you had 3 main, like, hero characters. Tank Guy, the Valkyria, and the Artillery Girl. I never got to play Batten Kaitos. I recognize the Switch release, though. Yes, the only thing that disappoints me about the remaster they did of Batten Kaitos is that it does not have the English voiceovers, and the English cast did such a good job in, at least in Batten Kaitos Origins. Batten Kaitos 1 has really bad voice acting. Really bad voice acting. But Origins had really good acting. And it would just kind of hurt me to not have that, but I'd still like to get it anyway and play it. Let me see. Yeah, I'm more surprised we got Grandia 2 remastered before Skies of Arcadia. Yeah. Got Skies of Arcadia. I had a chance to buy that and I didn't. I was too young to realize what I missed. Yeah, I wish I would have gotten the GameCube version of that before it became rare and expensive. Nope, forget literally everything else I said outside of Armament. Skies of Arcadia is my pick. You know, I don't know what Sega is doing. Like, it seems like a remaster would be like a no-brainer, right? So many people have been asking for that game, and it just feels weird not to do it. I don't know what their, like, gripe is with it. Oh my god, Adrian, my friends won't play Batten Kaitos on Switch because the lousy English voices are iconic. Yeah, I feel like you shouldn't let it stop you from playing it regardless, right? But the English voices in Origins are really good, but I guess people have an affinity for the voice acting from the first game too. Probably in a similar way to how some of us Resident Evil fans value the performances in the first game. Alright, let's make a save, and then this will probably be the last night. I'm gonna go outside and try the radar thing. See if I can find something to give to the bird for food. And then, we'll go until the end of this in-game night. No, I don't want a remaster. I won't settle for Skies of Arcadia remaster. Full Final Fantasy VII style. Ground-up remake or full-fledged sequel. I would love for them to remake it. Skies of Arcadia is one of those things where even if you've never played it, it's like, you recognize its brilliance. I think I'll be heading to bed, guys. I'm hyper exhausted. I'll be seeing you next time. Have fun and take care. Have a good night, Sally. Thank you for being here, and thanks for hanging out. Please rest well. Yeah, I agree, Dandy. Skies of Arcadia deserves the full treatment. Alright, let's see what happens. What the heck am I looking at? Is this gonna be aliens or something? Because it kind of looks like a crop circle, right? Yep. That's a UFO, alright. Of course, Telly is cowering away. Whoa, they kind of look like me. What does that say? We see friend made friend? We must... we must see now. Are you friend of a friend? Yes? We friends now? Chibi Robo. Was that you, Chibi Robo? No. I thought so. I knew they were aliens. I've seen them on TV, but this is the first time I've seen them in real life. Yes, you and me both, Telly. They're smaller than I would have thought. And they were very shiny. But their voices were so quiet, I couldn't make out what they were saying at all. Oh, I know. On Citrosoft, they have a chip that can help you hear their voices. That would be beneficial. Okay, so I guess we'll be seeing them later. So I have a theory about what we can do for the bird as far as food goes, right? Is Chibi Robo an alien? I don't think so. But they do look like us for some reason. Oh, I remember now. It was a really weird one I never picked up as a kid. Tail Concerto. Okay, now that's one I haven't heard of. What console was that on? Or was it a PC game? PS1? Okay. What genre was it? Cleaning bonus time. What did I get? 54 points, not bad. So I'm thinking... maybe I can get something from here? Like a worm, maybe? Action-adventure platform, okay. What can I put in there? Have no clue. Oh, I want one RPG to be remade. Actually, two. Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. Oh yeah, I've heard of the Lunar games. God, there's so many games that, I wish I would have had the chance to play. I unfortunately did not have the opportunity to. Due to a lack of money. Tail Concerto is the first game in CyberConnect 2's Little Tail Bronx series, followed by Sola to Robo, Red the Hunter, the Mamoru-kun Disaster Safety PSAs, and Fuga Memories of Steel. Really? I didn't even know those were connected. Because I have heard of the last one, Fuga Memories of Steel. Same here. Yeah, it's part of the reason why I do like the Nintendo Switch Online service, and that I have the opportunity to play a lot of games that I never got to play as a kid. Like, even this game alone is a perfect example of that. I'm very grateful for this, this service. Yeah, Lunar was the first actual JRPG game I played and finished. God, I miss that game. Sola to Robo was a DS game. Fuga is on Steam. Really? It's only on Steam? I could have sworn there was a console version. Interesting. Okay, so we need to wait for... a chip to be available for communicating with the aliens, right? I think Fuga is on Switch. That's what I was thinking too. I could have sworn I saw that it was on there, but... Alright, youngsters. God, I feel old just typing it. Try this one on precise. Desert Strike. I do recall that game. How about, Okay, hold on. Let me look that up real quick so I can see the, Sorry if the audio's choppy. I don't know what's going on, if that's my capture card or it's OBS dropping frames. Hold on, let me look up Desert Strike real quick. See if I'm thinking of the right game. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I remember this game. I didn't play it, but I do remember it. How about, did anybody ever play those Conflict Desert Storm games? On the original Xbox? Those are very of their time. The series is more of a passion project for CyberConnect 2. They make more money with dot hack and stuff. I could hardly believe my eyeballs when... Oh, you guys remember that? Other way around, Fuga is on other platforms, but it's the only game in the series on Steam. Ah, that makes sense. The Conflict series was awesome for little me. Yeah, I played those when I was younger as well. God. You know another game I kind of remember as well? I had it, but never actually played it. Because it was like the copy actually didn't belong to me, but I had access to it. But I never played it. It was Full Spectrum Warrior. Does anybody remember that game? I could hardly believe my eyeballs when I saw those aliens. Shocking. Simply shocking. I couldn't quite figure out what they were saying. They were speaking so softly. Oh, I almost forgot. I think Citrosoft makes a chip that would allow you to hear soft voices. That's a very specific chip. I'll contact them right away. I still have it sitting on my Xbox waiting to play it. That got me more and more into the military stuff. Yeah, I never got to play it, but I remember hearing that it was a pretty good game. I still have it as well. Lying around. I just don't have an easy way to play the original Xbox anymore, unfortunately. I don't have any CRTs. I do want to find a way to make it easier for me to play the original Xbox on a modern TV. The original Ghost Recon series and everything too, yeah. Yes, I knew they had something like this. It's called an alien ear chip. Can we buy it now? I spoke to Citrosoft and they've agreed to carry it in their online store. If you buy it, you'll be able to hear the softest voice as clear as a bell. You have to try it out, you just have to. Okay, then let's do that right now. Then maybe we can just call the aliens back. Okay, good. Glad we don't have to wait for another day to be able to get it. About Rogue Trooper. Hold on, let me look that up. Because actually, you know what? Wait a minute. I think I know what you're talking about, but let me see. Because if it's the game I'm thinking of, I think they actually, weirdly enough, ported that. Yes. Yeah, they actually ported that to the Switch. I do recognize this. I watched a review for it years ago, and I completely forgot about this game. Yeah. Yes, I recognize the blue soldier. You've upgraded. Keep it up, Chibi Robo. Let's go. I only played on Switch, but it was ahead of its time. That's what I heard. Did anybody ever play... This isn't the most, unknown game. I mean, it's definitely not popular by any means anymore. But it was a launch title for the original Xbox, so, you know, those tend to get more attention than games that came out a little bit later. But did anybody ever play the game Bloodwake? It was kind of like Twisted Metal, but with, boats. And then they actually ended up making that one game, Crimson Skies, which was, like, kind of somewhat related to it, because supposedly, like, I remember them saying that, like, it took place above the skies of, or in the skies above Bloodwake, rather. I don't really think it ended up mattering much to the story. But Crimson Skies was another game that people were really crazy about back in the day. Anyone remember Red Faction? Yes. Yes, I do remember that. How about, Freedom Fighters? There was a game I always wanted to play that I was never able to as well. I think it was by Free Radical. God, what was it called? Not PsyOps, but, Freedom Fighters, I take it all back again. I don't even know, honestly, if that could, happen, because it was by the same people that ended up making Hitman, right? IOI Interactive? But I don't know if they own the rights to it, right? Second Sight, yes, thank you, Second Sight, that's it. I always wanted to play that game. It looked so good. Aliens. Oh wow, this is the first time I've seen one in real life. Well, technically the second time, but... We are aliens. Yes, I did pick up on that. We are here to see friend. We made promise to friend. We must see now. Are you friend of friend? Where is friend now? They must be talking about Giga Robo. The one in the basement? That's what I'm suspecting. Chibi Robo. Let's show them the way to their friend. Way to go, Chibi Robo. Keep this up and we'll be at the top of the Chibi Robo rankings in no time. Do your best. You watch ship. We follow you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm thinking it's Giga Robo, so we probably have to go to the basement. Speaking of ahead of its time, Second Sight really was. Yeah, I heard so many, good things about it. I always wanted to play it. God, so many games I missed out on. It makes me sad. Which, actually, on that note, did anybody ever play Area 51? That Midway game? Anybody remember that? I never played the first one, but I did play the sequel that they did, Black Site Area 51, which was kind of weird because it wasn't really a proper sequel to it, if I'm not mistaken. And the first Area 51, I think, has David Duchovny in it. From the X-Files. Okay, well, then follow me. They're cute. Oh my god, not this guy. The only game I know him with him is 13. Yeah. Yes, 13, and they ended up remaking that and like completely butchered the art style. And supposedly the gameplay wasn't great either. I remember that game being a really a pretty big like underground hit back in the day. I remember Area 51, the arcade game, yeah. How about Siphon Filter? Yes. Siphon Filter by 989 Studios, right? Who then went on later on to become known as Sony Bend Studio, who their most recent game was Days Gone. And I never understood why Sony did not actually properly nurture that franchise, because it could have easily been their own, like Splinter Cell or Metal Gear. The aliens' names are Titan, after one of Saturn's moons, and Io and Ganymede, after two of Jupiter's moons. The smallest one is Little Bang, which is just a pun from Big Bang because he's so small. That's cute. I like the thought behind their names. Yeah, it's weird to me that they didn't continue the Siphon Filter series. That kind of goes hand in hand with what we were talking about yesterday and some of my issues with Sony. And how they just don't really... They never really nurture their franchises. And don't get me wrong, sometimes things disappear from Nintendo's catalog, right? And let's not even... The less we say about Microsoft, the better. But, Nintendo will always surprise you, right? Out of nowhere, you'll get a new Kid Icarus after years of the series being dormant. I love that about Nintendo. They can just resurrect things at any given time. I mean, for God's sake, they made a new Famicom Detective Club, right? But Sony, they just bury their stuff and it never comes back out. And I hate that, because Siphon Filter would actually be something I'd love to see come back. You know, another game I'd like to see them remake, Legend of Dragoon. Does anybody remember that one? My god, if this guy gets in the way, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Who decides what is justice and what is evil? What is justice? What is evil? I don't know. Clearly you don't know. You cannot fool me, disguising yourselves as a space hunter robo. Aha, I know. You've come to annihilate this world. Hideous extraterrestrial fiends. I must stop you somehow. Can they just zap him, please? Oh, we're playing all the hits tonight? Yeah. Along with Chrono Cross. I want to play that game. I'm glad that they actually, ported that. So that's one I actually can play. Fun fact, Legend of Dragoon was directed by Shuhei Yoshida, who then ended up becoming the head of PlayStation Studios for a while until he was unceremoniously fired by Jim Ryan to implant Herman Hulst, who has been an absolute failure. Just as we were talking about yesterday. Funny how it all comes full circle. Speaking of which, this is not particularly a, underground title in terms of, like, knowledge of it, and we did talk about it recently. I think me and Callisto were talking about it, but, I really wish that they would remaster Parasite Eve. That game has such a great soundtrack. However, if evil exists, justice will defeat it. That is what justice is all about. And I am the hero of justice. Space Hunter Drake Redcrest. Space Hunter Drake Redcrest. What is this? Humiliation is a cruel mistress. I seem to have run out of gunpowder. Alright, I'll let you go just this once. But your days are numbered. Adios, enemigos. What was that? Yeah, my sentiment exactly. My alien friends. There's an indie studio making their own spiritual sequel to Parasite Eve, Parasite Lost. I think it's called, hold on, I actually have it here because I have the demo on my Steam library. Hold on, I can tell you what it's called in a second. Parasite Mutant. That's what it is. There is a, another VTuber that I do watch. And, she was not fond of it at all. I've seen other people with a similar sentiment, but I am glad that somebody is trying to do something akin to Parasite Eve. There's another game, actually, like it, by the developers of the game Valhalla. It's called, I actually posted it in my Discord server. It's something, I forget the number, but something Parabellum Round or something like that. It looks really good, and it's also taking inspiration from Parasite Eve, so hopefully that succeeds. But when the industry tries to make a game that's an homage, they get them cease and desisted, yeah, unfortunately. I had another game in mind I was going to bring up. Let's see, what was it? Oh yeah, this actually, thankfully, did get a re-release and is on Switch. I'm actually intending to get it because I do want to play them both on stream. But did anybody ever play the Fear Effect games? I never got to, but I want to play them now and play them on stream. Parabellum, yeah. Cool. Alien is Amigo. Want to meet Amigo. Alright, let's go. Sounds familiar. Yeah, water. I'm guessing you had water on your hands. I hate that. It messes up everything when you're trying to use your touchscreen. Alright, let's go this way. I'm pretty certain their friend that they're looking for is the Giga Robot. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. Sorry if you heard the clank of my metal bottle. I got Fear Effect Sedna for like $2, never got around to playing it. Yeah, I heard a lot of people weren't really fond of Sedna. And unfortunately, they were supposed to be making a remake of Fear Effect, and then they just... I think it got cancelled. Which is a shame, because it actually looked really good. God, I forgot how much crap there is in the basement now. That's him, isn't it? Yep, I knew it. Friend. Pal. Buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. You got more happy points from the aliens. Your achievements are already on a universal scale. We came to fulfill our promise. Unfortunately, he's not exactly in commission right now. Friend? Gar. What be all the ruckus now? Greetings. Ally immobile. Is Savior sick? Is mate cold? Yar, shut your cork holes for a second. Are ye asking about Giga Robo? Hey, welcome in, Augustine. Welcome in, how are you doing? It's good to see you. It's been a little while. Aye. He's as stiff as me beard. Friend has stopped. Friend does not move. Friend has died. I have to draw in perspective and I'm out of ice cream. We don't like to be out of ice cream here. The world is against me. I'm sorry to hear that, Augustine. We promised friend. We are too late. How are you doing? I'm doing well, actually. I'm just playing Chibi Robo. I'm actually about to stop in a little bit, maybe after this cutscene, but yeah, I'm doing well. As you can see, I got a new outfit. This normally has a jacket, so if you enjoyed stealing my hat, you will be able to steal my jacket from now on as well. Are you winning? Yeah, I'm actually doing pretty good. So far, I've made progress in this stream. We are sorry, friend. No good. I haven't drawn a perspective in a while, but does ice cream help? I'm definitely not good at drawing, but I would definitely imagine that some ice cream could make such a difficult task, a little bit more tolerable. Hey, there it is. There's my jacket. I did. I was sad I had no hat to steal. Are ye all grieving for me, shipmate Giga Robo? What a kindly bunch of critters ye be. Yar, I can't stop me tears. Gahar hoo hoo hoo. Tears are tiny oceans of sorrow. 'Tis from a poem I penned once. Yar, forget I said that. Pirates don't write poems. It is another part of the pirate's code. Is it? It's coffee ice cream. It functions as flawless emotional support. I'm shoving off for now, Chibi. We leave. My manager just looked at me like I was crazy that I've been closing by myself. I mean, don't they play a role in that? Can't they assign somebody else so that you're not closing by yourself? Depart. Withdraw. Aw. So maybe we recall them after we actually are able to fix Giga Robo. They do. So why on earth would they be surprised? This is the night manager. Ah, got it. So the one that likely did not make the baffling decision to make you close by yourself. Alright, let's get this area cleaned up, and then I think I'll probably stop here. I'm probably not gonna go the whole evening, just because, I do have some things I need to do tomorrow. We'll talk about that in a second once I move us over to the chatting screen. Hey, welcome in, Callisto. How did your stream go? You were playing more Alice, right? Can't stay, but I wanted to say hi. Thank you for dropping by. Long day, longer bath. Go take your bath and enjoy the rest of your night. Please do. Thank you for making the time to say hi regardless. I do appreciate that, and I'm so excited there's only one more day before we get to hang out. I can't wait. The devil was I spoken of. Yeah, we actually had mentioned you briefly before. We were talking about how you and I were speaking of wanting to play Parasite Eve. And how we were just disappointed that there's no way to play it easily. Yeah. As Dandy said. Cannot wait to play Parasite Eve through very, very legal means. So legal. I mean, hey, they're not exactly giving you a way to they're not giving you a way to pay them, so, you know. Might as well use the legal means. Streaming directly from my classic PlayStation. Exactly. And the less said about the third birthday, the better. Yeah, agreed. Definitely agreed there, Dandy. Alright, let me make a save point right here. And then I'm gonna move us over to... I love the name, though. Yeah. Yeah, it is a good name. It's just a shame, about everything else. Hold on, I'm gonna move us over. Alrighty. Yeah, we made a lot of progress today. Playing Chibi Robo. Parasite Eve, and then I want to stream other PS1 and 2 games. I would love that. Yeah, I would definitely be up for that. I want to play a lot more retro games as well. That's actually part of the reason why I'm enjoying doing this. It's nice to play older games on stream. It's really fun. I wanted to say thank you for all of the help today, Sentai. I do appreciate that. And I hope you'll be here again for the next time I play this. Sorry, excuse me, I'm kind of losing my voice a little bit. Dark Cloud, yes. Oh goodness, I missed the outfit debut. Didn't realize our witch had a pinstripe suit now. Yes, hold on, I can show you the art that I based it on, that I had commissioned. Yes, this is my new outfit. I think it turned out very nicely. Dark Cloud? Oh yeah, I remember when that came out. So cute. Thank you, Callisto. That's so cool. Thank you, Augustine. Yeah, I really do like it. I think it came out pretty nicely. It definitely took a little bit of effort, but... Okay, nice chatting with you, and I hope you all have a great night. Same to you, Callisto. Enjoy your bath and the rest of your evening. Please do take care of yourself. And I'll see you on Friday. For some Lethal Company. Thank you for the head pat, Tanaka. So styling. Thank you, Emerald. That does mean a lot coming from you. Nothing like sitting in boiling water. That is true. God, you know, it's been so long since I've been in like a hot tub or like a jacuzzi. Those feel really, really nice. I've rarely ever gotten to experience it, but it is quite a nice feeling. Volgay, if Callisto is mother, does that make her Akira's Chad's grandmother? But yes, thank you all for the praise on the outfit. I really do like the way that it came out, and I'm hoping, you know, sometime in the future to have even more outfits made and stuff like that. I already have a lot of ideas for different kinds of outfits I'd want to have, I just need the funding to do it, so, you know. All in good time and eventually, but I do think this was a nice first step. Context. Volgay is Chat's dad. Because remember, Mari got me pregnant with twins. Oh yeah, I forget about that little bit of lore. Real mafia boss. Well, you know. I did feel like I was channeling that energy earlier when I had to have some words with somebody who was actually being a dick to one of our friends of the channel. Hey, welcome in, Sushi. Way to make an entrance. Thank you for the bits to gigantify that emote. I hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I was mentioning before, that somebody that we all know had posted a video today, and somebody felt the need to comment and be an asshole, and was promptly shut down. Just because people are miserable. They have nothing better to do with their time. I just got home. Welcome home, Sushi. I hope you had a good work day, at least to the best of your ability, and I'm glad that you're back now. I can't wait for Friday when we get to play Lethal Company. I was just talking about that before. Yeah, you know who it is, Volgay. Actually, we all know who it is. I just don't want to mention it in case they don't want me to mention it. I mean, I don't think they'd have a problem with it, but I don't know if it's my place to say it, you know? So I'd rather just be safe, rather than sorry. But I did personally, share my thoughts on what I think about that person. I actually don't know if they... if they bothered replying yet. But yeah. In any case, thank you all for joining me today for some Chibi Robo. For the next... Oh, hey, Effecto! Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for the compliments on the on the outfit. I appreciate that. Hold on, actually, if you are over there on YouTube, I had some art commissioned, and this is what it's based on. Just to show you that. But yeah, thank you. I'm actually about to end stream, but I'm glad that you dropped by. It's been a couple streams since I've seen you. I hope school's going okay for you. I do respect the consideration you take. Thank you, Emerald. Uncouth, unsympathetic, uncool. To say the least, yeah. Yes, hello YouTube. So elegant, thank you. Yeah, I was kind of going for that sort of vibe. There's a lot of different themes I was kind of going for with this outfit. But yeah. I do tend to like a more elegant theming. So. And of course everything I do is pretty steeped in gothic visual, so I really do like the way it came out. Yeah, school's been as fine as and as good as medical school can be. How are you? I'm glad to hear that. I'm almost done with the fan art. If you want to see a full version, you can go to my Blue Sky. It's actually my pinned message, and the art is there. If you would like to do something based off of it, that would be really cool. Should get you something a bit retro but modern. Yeah, I have a lot of interesting ideas, I think, for future outfits. I don't want to spoil anything, but of course it's probably in the far, far future. This was already, you know, a decent expense to get all this stuff done, but eventually I would like to. I don't know how well those ideas will turn out, but, you know, based on this one, I am actually quite optimistic about it. Throw it in Callie's art channel. I mean, as long as she's okay with that, I don't mind. I just don't want to be that guy. I don't want it to come off like I'm self-promoting. But if you would like it for your own purposes, I'll go ahead and I'll do that. I'll just explain why I'm doing it so it doesn't come across like I'm trying to promote myself, you know. We need to bring Gothic back. My dear Effecto, Gothic never went anywhere. It's right where it's always been. Pretty much underground. But yes, I do agree that there needs to be more appreciation for the goth style. It's talked about a lot and kind of put on a pedestal, but very underrepresented. Oh hell, I have an idea. I'll hash it out later, do you? Let me know what you end up coming up with, little guy. I'm making a fan art that I'm putting in the art channel. Ah, okay, got it. Oh, you'll throw it in Callie's art channel. Got it, okay, never mind. I understand what you mean. I'm from South America, so it's hard to see it here. Yeah, no, I can imagine. Honestly, here in the US, it's not very prominent either, unfortunately. I am quite into that style, both on myself and on other people, but you really don't see it. In fact, God, I don't think I've ever actually... Maybe once? I don't think I've ever really run into anybody else who dresses, like, similar to how I do. Not any time that easily comes to mind, anyway. True, you can't just slap on black and call it goth. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of, I guess it depends on who you ask. Some people are kind of more into, like, the gatekeeping, and then other people are a little bit more lenient about it, but, yeah. I don't know, I've always really been into, goth and, other alt styles. Hey, welcome back, Sushi. There's also some other interesting variations of goth. It doesn't always have to be black. Like there's bubblegum goth, which is also pretty pretty cute. Yes, we are talking alt fashion, Spooky. Gothic didn't go anywhere, just got Lolita. Yeah, that is true in some cases. I'm the fan art fairy and I've been slacking. I can't wait to see what kind of art you make, Augustine. I like that, me too. Beauty is always nice to see, especially elegance. Not many can pull it off. Yeah, I agree. I'm pretty big on elegance, actually. I feel like that's something that is not, I am not at all by any means. I mean, I've mentioned it before. I'm not like a judgmental person or anything like that, but a lot of times I am quite dismayed by some of the fashion that I do see. There's just certain basic sins I see people committing on a daily basis. I don't know. I'm when it comes to myself, I'm kind of particular about what I like to wear and stuff, so yeah. I love Whimsigoth, mainly because it relies heavily on purple. Oh yeah, that is nice too. Out of curiosity, does Mistlock fit in any of those goth subgroups? Not that I can think of. Genuine curiosity, I'm a big believer in understanding people. Yeah, I don't really think so. I mean, I'm not sure if she is, intending to, but at least not at, like, a first glance. I'd say her style is definitely more, more medieval inspired, right? Like fantasy medieval is kind of what comes to mind when I see Mistlock. I'm very much into alt aesthetics, but I do agree it's more than just a fashion statement. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because there's nothing worse to me. Like, if you know anything about goth and, you know, the goth subculture, it pisses me off when people will put on the clothes and the makeup and stuff, and then they're bigoted shitheads. Because that completely goes against everything. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's definitely about more than just the style. Conservative goths make me so mad. You and me both. It's an oxymoron. Well, my usual fashion sense is randomized sim, so I can't offer opinions on that. I'm sure you have a great style, Effecto. Those people suck? Yes. Yes, they do. There's something more than suck, but... yeah. Like conservative punks, oxymoron. Yeah, exactly. I was actually going to say that next. I hate people that consider themselves punk and then, yeah. Same thing with people who are, in the ska subculture, right? Because I love ska music. And there's a reason for that checkerboard pattern in ska, okay? Also, you know, check out who invented ska music, right? And what they look like. And, you know, when you have people that are into ska, but then they're also bigoted, it also doesn't make sense. Hey, welcome, Wilby. Welcome in. Good to see you. It's been a little while. We've had quite a few faces that I haven't seen in a while show up today. Really happy about that, actually. It's been weird for me in the area I'm in, because I keep getting called goth and I'm very much not. Really? What would you say your style is, Augustine? Let's go skankin'. I mean, I'd love to. I'm still so bummed that I missed out on the opportunity to see Real Big Fish in concert years ago. I've actually never been to a concert, but I would have definitely wanted to go to see them. Oh, I used to somehow pull off the witchy style before whimsical was a thing. Don't know why I stopped though. Maybe school. Well, you know, there is Effecto. It's never too late to update your style, you know? I do hate that, like, you have some people that try to attribute certain things to, like, your age group or whatever, like, you know, you can't dress like this because you're too old for it or whatever. The whole point of fashion is that you adapt and you do certain things to fit your style needs. There is no rule or law saying that you have to be a certain age to take on a certain style. That's just, quite frankly, bullshit, if we're honest. I don't know, lots of purple and spiders. Ooh. I'm gonna see Streetlight Manifesto this summer. I'm excited. That is awesome, Sushi. I'm so happy for you. Augustine style is pancreases? Pancreases? I think people are just saying that because I have a purple and green mullet and they are not used to seeing that on... Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, for whatever reason. A lot of people don't know the difference between things, and they'll just say whatever comes to mind. Honestly, the safest bet when you see, like, people in a certain style is, you know, alt. Because it does cover a bunch of different, like, subgroups and stuff. I'm not that old, though, just tired. Oh, no, I wasn't trying to, like, imply that you're old or anything, Effecto. I'm just saying, like, you know, sometimes you stop really, like, keeping up with a certain style, even if you love it, just because, yeah, there's a lot of things going on in your life, and sometimes, like, adhering to a specific style can take time for, like, the effort you need to put into it, so you kind of give up on it for a while, but, you know, I'm just saying that if you ever want to revisit that kind of thing in the future, you know, it's never too late, you know? If you ever have that desire. I love that attitude. Down with gatekeepers. I agree. I agree. Life is too short. We only get one shot at this. You know, that's why, like, I always say it, but I'm a very open-minded person, right? Life is too short to judge people on just the dumbest things. And people are always going out of their way to try and make life less fun for people. Why, I don't know. I'm really tired of this prudish, puritanical BS that everybody is on lately. And trying to control other people's lives when it's none of their business. You know, what goes on in somebody's house, how they choose to dress, what goes on in their bedroom, whatever. Like, leave people alone. You know? As long as it's not hurting anybody. In that case, I totally get it. Right? But that's a completely different story. When you're at the point of already hurting people, yeah, we've moved past that, right? But ironically, the people that actually do hurt people seem to slip under the radar and always get excused for the things that they do, while people who are just trying to live their lives are always subjected to harsh judgment and punishment. I have to say, keeping a style is a lot of effort. Kudos to everyone who's able to do it every day. Yeah, that is true. Augustine, I did Callisto, but in comfy clothes and with hair up. It's in the Discord. Ooh, I'll have to drop by and see that. Yes, I've loved all of the art I've seen people doing of Callisto. Dreaded Ender did a nice art of Callisto. I think that they posted in the Discord as well. During the Maid Cafe stream that she did. That was pretty funny. But yeah, I don't agree with people who like to gatekeep, you know, certain fandoms or, like, fashion or subcultures and stuff. I can understand gatekeeping to keep people out that are completely the opposite of, you know, the established, what would you call it? God, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, people who go against the philosophy of what that subculture represents, like we were just discussing, right? So, culture, yeah. Yeah, like, again, you can't be, like, goth and then be bigoted and closed-minded. That legitimately just goes against what, you know, goth is about, right? What it represents. Your fan art is done, Adrian? Ooh, thank you. Okay, I'll check that out immediately after. Is it in Callisto's Discord? But yeah, in that regard, I totally understand gatekeeping, right? It definitely applies there. But as it pertains to, like, people who are curious and wanting to get into stuff, or maybe they want to, you know, break the rules a little bit and kind of change up their style and not necessarily just fit in with what the established image is, let people do that. I mean, that's how new subcultures get created all the time, you know? Like we were just talking about bubblegum goth, right? That's kind of goes against the stereotypical image of a goth, but it does fit in quite well, you know? It's an art. Okay, I'll go check it out. In fact, you know what? Hold on. Hopefully it doesn't tank my computer. Let me look at it now. I will look at it on stream. And I thank you, because actually, I mentioned this a lot earlier on, like, many streams ago. But I have always wanted to have fan art of either my, you know, my model, or any of the characters I've created for the books I've written. So, this is actually, you're kind of making a dream come true for me here. Hold on. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's so good, Augustine. Thank you so much. Wow, that looks amazing. Thank you. I remember, and I forgot because I've been sucked up in making my PNG model. Please, no, that takes much more precedence. Thank you for even taking the time to do it. I absolutely love it. Thank you. Wow, I love the detail that you put on the shirt. Ah, it looks so good. Thank you. Everyone, please do me this small favor and have an absolutely wonderful evening and great rest of your week if possible. Good night, Dandy. You too. Thank you for showing up. I really do appreciate that, and thank you again for the gift subs. You really didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. Please have a great rest and a good night yourself. We're going to be signing off in just a moment anyway. First time I heard you write books. Please share. I love reading. Yeah, I do write, actually, Effecto. I've written a few books. And I am currently in the process of writing more. And other things. I would share, but some of the stuff that I've made is under pen name and stuff like that, so I can't really share it, but I do intend to write some stuff now that I will hopefully be able to share with all of you in future streams and stuff like that, so if you keep hanging around, eventually you'll get to see my writing. I have actually shared some poetry on the channel before. But I haven't shared any of my my fiction writing and stuff like that. Not yet anyway. I do intend to though. Now I needed a distraction. I'm pretty fast with traditional. Well, I love it. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you don't mind, what I'll do is I'll save it, and next stream, I will show it off to everybody here. Only reason I won't do it now is because my setup is so fragile that I feel like if I save it and then try to insert it into OBS, especially if it, like, blows up, like, the size real huge, I'd need to shrink it, and I feel like that might make it crash. I'm very paranoid about it. So next time, we'll have to do. That's okay, I'm just, here more people are out there writing. I hope people never stop doing it, because I love reading. It's one of the few ways I can understand the world. So all the best, wish you the greatest of success. Thank you so much, Effecto. Yeah, I agree, I've talked about that before, that more people really do need to be reading and writing. And I'm actually happy that I have drawn in a following of people who do have a respect for literature. So, I'm really glad to hear that, because unfortunately, not many people are these days. Here in the US, apparently the average adult at this point has like a 6th grade reading level or something like that. It's bad. In fact, actually, I was just reading yesterday, that apparently some school teachers are reporting that their students, like, they hand them papers and they actually try to do the pinch and zoom gesture like you would on a phone or tablet to zoom in on the paper. It's bad out here. So, yes, more reading and more writing. Please. We need it desperately. We really do. Oh my god, I was so scared of my literacy dropping that I got a library card and have started reading Dracula again. Hell yeah, Augustine, that's awesome. I'm actually slowly in the process of reading Frankenstein. I've just been so busy, but yeah, I've actually been reading that. That is awesome to hear. But yeah, anyway, let me see who we can raid. Also, yeah, I should probably say I'm likely not going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna rest up my voice and I have some stuff going on tomorrow, unfortunately. So, I will likely be seeing you all again on Friday, which will be the collab between me, Callisto, Mari, and Sushi. We'll be playing Lethal Company, which should be exciting. I just hope my computer is... I hope my computer plays nice. We'll see how it goes, but... yes, that is the next time you will see me. So, you guys get a day off from me. I often feel like a hobo on my local library, because I'm always there, even when not in class. It's a safe space, even though it's 2 hours away. Libraries are great places to be, Effecto. Good night, I hope you rest, and best of luck. Thank you so much, Effecto. Yeah, thank you for dropping by, and I wish you the best of luck too. The world also needs more doctors and nurses, so I think it's great that you're in medical school. And giving it your all. It really does sound like you are, you know, doing your best, and that is the most anybody can ever ask of you, so... you know, keep at it. And I know I'm just some random person, some random stranger. So I don't know how much this is gonna mean when I say it, but I am proud of you. So keep it up. That is a wonderful thing. Genuinely terrified of losing my comprehensive skills over time. Yeah, I know what you mean. Bad computer pals unite. Yeah. Yeah, bad computer pals hoping to keep their computers in the best of shape for as long as possible with the way that prices are for anything computer related right now. But anyway, alright, let's see who's online. Wow, it's the complete opposite of yesterday. Yesterday there was like nobody online. Now, everyone is on. But I think for today, we're gonna raid into Mistlock. I think she's going to be playing Kuloniko? Or Kuloniku? Full up. So yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll raid into that. So from one cute game to, I think that game is pretty cute. If I'm not mistaken. I think it's like a cooking game. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid into her. So, have a great night and see you later. Thank you, Sushi. Yes. I look forward to playing Lethal Company with you on Friday. Alright, everybody. Please take care of yourselves, get something to eat, get sleep, and do whatever other self-pampering that you need to do because you deserve it. Okay? Good night to you too, Emerald. Thank you for dropping by. Alright, everyone. I will see you all on Friday. Have a great rest of your night, and stay spellbound.